I don't want the sugar. I don't want sugar.
Okay. Check this.
I don't want sugar.
Israel, shalom. Hope everybody's doing well today. You need the energy. That's what made me laugh. Shalom. Hope everybody's doing well. Shout out Cabo Cabo and his congregation in Guatemala and Cali and through Georgia. Hope everybody's doing well today. Shout out SOW family, SOW Virginia, Houston and Rochester. Shalom, shalom, shalom. Israel online, the Israelite online community. The Water for tuning in every day and checking us out. Shalom and shout out SOT family. Hope y'all doing well as well. We're gonna sit back here and send our prayers up. Give the Most High his props. It's the waters, his thank yous, and get going for class. You got your information. Mm-hmm. You got your things. We're not ready. Okay. Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Nothing to know. A war. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us light this day. Thank you. So be it.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Nothing to know. Rayak. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you. So be it.
Imagine Mapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Nothing to know. Shabbat. B'Shalom. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you. So be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha, Ayanyamya, Mahayam, Maya, Yabuah, Isaiah, Yabuah, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'isha, Shemayim, Waratiza, La'a, Yonathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nuwam, Shashamayat, Hana, Yala'a, Nuwam, Wala'a, Yashan, Shashamamar, Yashua, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Cesaria, Ayo, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemah, Zala'ah, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Halabanam, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashemaya, Makol, Rai, Yashemor, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashemor, Habarakya, Babawa'aya, Ma'aitha, I will love.
Aman. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasha'ala shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Alahayano. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Alahayano. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Alahayano. Yahweh. Achad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemkaf, Yahweh, Malak Watkaf, Taba'ah, Ratizaka, Hayah, Aisha, Baratiza, Kawa, Hayah, Bashemayim, Natan Manawa, Lacham, Ko, Yawam, Wasalachno, Chawathino, Chasalachno, Chawathino, Wala'a. Fabiano. Bonasawan. Abo. Hawashana. Mayan. Right. Kaya. Laka. Hamalakwa. Waha'ala. Wahatapara. La'awanyam. Amen.
Lord's Prayer in English. Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen.
10 Commandments. La'ayahaya. Laka. Alahaya. Akoya. Aya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'a. Ta'ayna. Laka. Pasal. Wala'a. Ta'aybadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a. Falak. Sham. Yahweh. Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar. Hayawam. Hashabat. La Kodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad. Abaka. Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a. Farataza.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a. Fana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a. Tagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a. Ta'ayna. Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a. Ta'khamad. Ko. Ashara. La Ra'ika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Birthday Yahweh Shem Yahshai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Yeshabim.
Everybody see?
All right. Last week, we're still going over chapter 7 of First Maccabees. I thought it was necessary, like I had mentioned in class, that we took our time to explain why this repeated cycle of a faction of the Jews were fighting hard to establish independence and religious sovereignty. And while a portion or a faction of the Jews were fighting for religious sovereignty, we had another faction of Jews that were pushing for independence, freedom, the mentality of nurturing whatever fleshly desire was possible, because of the premise of there's only so much time on earth, and once you're dead, you're off the map, so to speak.
This is not Esau. This is the mind or the different divisions of how Israel operates.
And I'm not going to pin it all on the Sadducee mindset, but there, even later on in time, there was a group of Israelites that didn't believe in an afterlife. So if that was the thinking of the Sadducees in Christ's time, you don't think that was the thoughts of Israel pre-Christ?
Exactly.
There was a large faction of people that didn't have a fear of
the Lord,
the fear of the Lord, nor the thought that if I wasn't perfect in the eyes of the Most High while I was living, there was going to be a consequence on the back end.
That's Israel now that thinks that.
And because of that thinking, people are more easier given to their flesh, given to their desires, given to their personal motivations.
And we're coming off the Day of Atonement anyway, so this is a good kind of flow. Mm-hmm. So we came off the Day of Atonement. It was about inventorying the things we're supposed to change and letting that sin leave the camp and leave our households. Mm-hmm. And not bringing it back. But when you have a mindset of there's no consequence in the afterlife and there's no real judgment, but there is laws, but there's no judgment for.
There's no eternal judgment.
There's no eternal judgment. Then then it has to be about just playing legal games.
Because then if there's no spiritual judgment, then we can just play technicalities all day long
Exactly.
and not deal with any consequences now.
I'll sin this sin, and that just cost me 2 sheep. But you know what? My sheep going to produce this year.
Yep.
I'm pretty confident my sheep going to at least produce. So I can afford to sin like this.
Yep. So this is what's going on. So we're going to start over in 1 Maccabees 7. We're going to run through it and just go through the story. I wanted to keep showing this righteous, selfless dynamic versus the selfish dynamic, because we keep seeing this happen over and over and over and over again through this Maccabees chapter. And because there was so much infighting amongst the nation, it gave the Greeks reason to come in and inject their belief system into our culture because of all the disunity and the turmoil from the inside. So let's start from the top. First Maccabees chapter 7. Let's get started. Karai.
Karaya, Shashamata, Banasha, Banashala.
Karai. Shaswata. Badashah. Bayashala. Amachim. Rock. Yahweh Hashem Hashem Agata.
Yahweh Hashem Yashar Gatam.
Okay, let's read that.
First Maccabees, chapter 7 and verse 1, page 124. In the 150th year, Demetrius, the son of Seleucus, departed from Rome, and came up with a few men unto a city of the sea coast, and reigned there. And as he entered into the palace,
Now we explain it. I'm not going to go into the whole details. Demetrius was in Rome because he was there. Demetrius was of the lineage of the Seleucid dynasty. He was the son of Seleucus IV, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, God.
And somebody had to be hostage of the Seleucid line in Rome, so that the Roman or the Seleucid lineage or whoever's running the nation could pay money to the Romans, but somebody had to stay there as a surety of that debt or promise to pay that debt.
And quick question: that same theme was revisited previous with
Antiochus III and Antiochus Epiphanes, because when the debt started collecting, when the Seleucid line lost to the Romans many years before, Antiochus III had to send his son Antiochus IV to Rome as a hostage.
So is this standard procedure or just how the political game operates or the power game operates?
This is just how the nations operate. There has to be some type of a guarantee that you're going to pay your debt between nations.
No.
So one solid way to guarantee that debt's going to get paid is by having your heir sitting in. They weren't in jail. They were able to move and operate freely, get educated, go through the process, but you weren't going to be able to leave.
Yeah.
So that was what was happening. So Demetrius, first day out, like the songs talk about.
Like Gucci Mane.
That's what I'm saying, That. You remember when it was like a bunch of clone Gucci's in the room? Listen, first day out, Demetrius goes to the sea coast, I think of some Cyprus.
Mm-hmm.
Stays in Cyprus for a short period of time. And while he's there, he's setting up his forces and his military operation to get ready to go to Antiochia, which is present-day Turkey, to take, in his eyes, his rightful heir of the throne. Okay? So let's keep going.
First Maccabees chapter 7 and verse 2. And as he entered into the palace of his ancestors, so it was that his forces had taken Antiochus and Lysias to bring them unto him.
So they ended up coming down from Cyprus. They went to Antiochia, and they took out Antiochus Jupiter, which is like, must have been 11 years old at the time, and Lysias, his regent. They snatched him up. Whatever battle they had, they won. Now they have the 11-year-old Jupiter and Lysias locked up in chains, and then they send word to Demetrius that they got their enemies. Read on.
First Maccabees 7:3. Wherefore, when he knew it, he said, let me not see their faces.
So obviously there was beef, there was hostilities, and there was bad blood between the brothers of Antiochus III. Because you had Seleucus IV and his son Demetrius.
Yeah.
But Demetrius had also a younger brother. And the younger brother died by mysterious means. I'm not sure if the brother was younger or older than Demetrius. I'm not sure. What I know, though, is that it was rumored that Antiochus Epiphanes killed his other brother. And it was rumored that Antiochus Epiphanes had killed his father, Seleucus IV.
So he can have power.
So that Antiochus Epiphanes can have power. Because when Antiochus Epiphanes was freed from prison, Seleucus IV was in power. His older brother was in power. So by mysterious circumstances, the older brother dies.
Yeah.
The younger brother gets in power. It's like Dallas. I ever see that show Dallas? Yeah. There's always intrigue and drama between the rich and the elites.
Yeah.
This kind of lets you know how things are going.
Soap opera.
It's a big soap opera.
Because they want power amongst each other.
And on your point, I don't want to divert the topic, and please stop me after this verse, because I only want to stick it to this verse. Read Revelation 6, verse 3 and 4. We'll be going to this topic down the line. Revelations chapter 6, verse 3 and 4.
God.
Let me get there real quick. We're going over it a few days ago, and this point of what I'm saying really hits here. Revelations chapter 6, verse 3 and 4. Read that.
Revelation chapter 6 and verse 3. And when he had opened the second seal, I heard the second beast say, come and see. And there went out another horse.
When you read about a horse represents what?
Power.
Because when you read in Ecclesiastes in the Bible, I think it's 9 and 7, or 7 and 9. Ecclesiastes, he says he's seen a horrible thing on earth. He's seen servants on horses and princes walking. That lets you know that a horse means power. And for Solomon to see servants on horses, he's like, I've seen servants in positions of power that they weren't supposed to be. And the princes who were supposed to be in power were not. So a horse means power. So when you're reading chapter 6, the beginning, and you're reading about the 4 horsemen, you always hear about the whole 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. That's not what this is. The 4 horsemen were not the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. The 4 horsemen, or the 4 horses, was just different realms of times, where different leadership and different individuals and nations were running the earth. That's what the horses are referring to.
So 4 separate
realms
divisions
and regions of periods of time,
okay,
where different people ran this empire. Okay, so this red horse is talking about the Edomite Empire that came into power in approximately 331 BC and fell out of power around 472 AD. I think that's the number. I think it's 472. That's when the Goths end up taking over the Roman Empire, or the Germanic tribes end up taking over the Roman Empire. I could be slightly off on that 472. The Germanic tribes, because they were called barbarians. They were called barbarians because they were non-Romans.
You know, I wasn't too far after Septimius Severus ruled Rome.
Yeah, but the reason I didn't go 193 because that wasn't the indicator time. Okay. It's really 472 because the Romans were still in power when Septimius was running it.
Right.
And Septimius was ruling just like all the other Roman people.
But it wasn't long after Septimius ruled that they, historians like to blame Septimius Severus for the fall of the Roman Empire. Just so happened, a black hand had rulership. Yeah. Then they want to blame it all on the...
But what they don't tell you is that there was inner fighting. Honestly, if you're going to sit back and talk about who brought it down, Commodus brought it down. Commodus, from there, everything started going down the tank. Yeah. It was after, what's that guy? Marcus Aurelius. After Marcus Aurelius, it went down to hell in the handbasket.
Last competent leader.
But point is, in 472, that's when the Visigoths and the Goths came down from Europe and took out Rome. Why am I explaining that? So from 331 BC to 472 AD was the red horse's reign.
That's almost
Esau's
1,000
reign.
years. Almost 1,000 years.
Yes, Esau's reign. That's when they were in power.
Almost 800 years.
And then you'll also read that the next reign was the black horse. And that was our reign again. From approximately 472 to 1492. That's that 1,000-year reign when what? When Satan was put in the bottomless pit.
Oh, when that nation
I'm telling you, that's what it was. They were in that bottomless pit.
Was they called the Dark Ages? Am I correct?
Yes. Because at that time, they were operating in serfdom.
Yeah.
This is why when the Spanish Inquisition kicked back in, they removed all the Moors and the Sephardic Jews and kicked them out.
And they broke the chains of quote-unquote black or Negro or this dark skin, because it was Arabs too.
Yeah.
Colored...
I'm picking my words very.
Okay.
I'm choosing my words specifically because I don't want to. The whole nation didn't experience this yet. This was Spain. Spain was the first empire and started kicking out all of the Israelites, all of the Moors, which were a mixture of Israelites and Africans. I can't say all Moors were just Jews. I can't throw that out.
True. Some people say Berber tribes of North Africa.
Well, the Berbers were Israelites too, but I'm not there, and I can't quantify how many Berbers were Jews and how many. It's just too hard to do. So Moors were kicked out of Spain. They were sent to Portugal, and within 10 years later, they were kicked out and sent to Africa. Same thing with a large portion of Sephardic Jews. Because what they'll say is, once we fell in 70 AD, the Romans sent a lot of the slaves or the people who lost in Jerusalem, sent them to Spain. And that's where they became Sephardic Jews. But then once again, you can't say all Sephardic Jews were us and look like us. But what history tells you is that a large portion of Sephardic Jews were sent to Africa during the Spanish Inquisition after they majority migrated to Portugal. And they went down, and they migrated. They were kicked out of Portugal also and sent down to Africa. And then guess what happens? Slave trade happens.
Yep.
So then there were other Sephardic Jews that stayed in Spain. So that's why I said you can't say for sure that all the Sephardic Jews were black. What am I trying to say? You can see these time period shifts with these different color horses. The white horse in the beginning, this deals with our people that had a chance to be in power and we had our sovereignty opportunity. That's the white horse. Then you get to the red horse, 331 BC, when Esau sits back here and gets their first crack at power. From 331 BC to 472 AD. So let's continue to read on in this verse.
Revelation chapter 6 and verse 4. And there went out another horse that was red, and power was given to him that sat thereon to take peace from the earth.
And didn't the scriptures in 1 Maccabees 1 say when the Greeks came into power, evils were multiplied?
That's true.
Listen, the Greeks came in and took peace from the earth. What? And the question is this. How do you know that the Greeks took peace from the earth? We read it in Daniel's 11. Remember we read when the Greeks kept having wars amongst each other? Remember you had the Ptolemaic dynasty in Egypt versus the Seleucid dynasty?
Vying for power.
Vying for power. And they kept bringing the other indigenous tribes in the communities to war with them against their enemies. So it wasn't just Edomite versus Edomite crime. It was the Ptolemies in Egypt and all of their vassals that they conquered were subject to having to fight the wars that the Ptolemies wanted them to fight.
Can I ask this question?
Against the Seleucid line and all of their vassals that they subjugated had to fight these wars. And this is how peace was interrupted on earth. Does that make sense? You had these warring Edomite tribes with their vassals dying. This is why you read about in Daniel's 11 how many Jews died supporting Antiochus III. And how many Jews died supporting the Ptolemies. But it wasn't just Israelites. It was Israelites in the entire world. We're sitting back here. We're constantly in wars, fighting amongst one another. And there was a shift in the amount of wars that were happening when Esau came into power. This is what the chapter is talking about. In this 1,000-year period, it was war after war after war after war, and bloodshed sort of being elevated amongst the world. Yes, Talia, what was your statement, of course?
I was just asking if you're dealing with Edomites having different wars amongst each other, is that akin, and the theme continues, as Europeans cyclically have?
Yes, but I'm trying to stay in this realm.
Okay.
Because we're dealing with this. We're
This
dealing
time
with
period.
this
Okay.
red horse is the Greeks and the Romans.
Okay, cool.
The red horse is the Greeks and the Romans. We'll get into the bad guy, the real bad guy later.
Okay.
Once we get to the fourth beast,
Alright.
which is the pale horse. But think about this. When John is writing this prophecy, he's giving you a broad stroke of a 1,000-year period. And he's giving you a broad stroke of a 1,000-year period in one verse.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got to give you a wide, vague scale image of what's going on. Wars. Peace was taken from the earth. And you can just see how when the Romans and the Greeks came into power, it was just nothing but fighting and killing. Fighting and killing. Wars. Upstart Edomites were sitting back here fighting against other Edomite nations. Clashes. Then people were being oppressed and would try to raise up against the oppressor. It was just constant wars.
And you know it wasn't the Persians, because the Persians technically walked into Babylon without fighting. They took over Babylon with no war.
Wow.
So Babylon was yielded up to the Persian Medes.
Yep.
But the Persian Medes took it from the Greeks. The Greeks took it from the Persian Medes by fighting, by war. So that's how they took leadership, power, and authority.
So this chapter, this verse just deals with the frequency of wars. Going back to Daniel's 11, there was fighting every couple of years, man. It isn't like fighting for a region and their species. It's fighting every few years.
Yeah.
The Ptolemies and the Seleucids were fighting frequently. Then the Romans were frequently fighting.
So it's nonstop clashing for resources,
it's for resources and for
leverage?
power. We're just reading in 1 Maccabees 7. Brother on brother crime. Listen, how come Demetrius could have just laid back in Rome and chilled? But there was that part of him that wanted power. Just like Philip wanted power to fight against Lysias for who is the region of Jupiter. We just read about it 2 chapters ago. But it's constant fighting and jockeying for power. You got Nicanor fighting the Jews, and you got Lysias fighting the Jews, and it's all these wars and these micro wars and these microaggressions in the kingdom that the Greeks and the Romans built.
But does that theme mirror Israel having these back and forth? We just went a couple of weeks about, you had Jews, Maccabees, and you had the guys that were on outside fighting for, vying for.
It doesn't mirror it because we're talking about the Edomite nation.
Okay.
The Jews are just small potatoes.
Right.
We're just small potatoes fighting for a damn corner. It's good stuff. It's like the B's and C's out here on down the street sitting back here fighting over a block.
They're vying for power.
And it's not even
same.
close to being the same. Versus fighting over an empire and then using the other nations as guinea pigs to die for your war. See my point?
Yeah, because during the Greek period, if you were a slave, you had to do whatever the Greeks doing.
Done. And you were going to war for the Greeks. If you were a vassal, you were going to war. Or you were being forced to go to war. So, read verse 4 again.
Revelation chapter 6 and verse 4. And there went out another horse that was red, and power was given to him that sat thereon to take peace from the earth.
So the Most High gave Esau this power to take peace on earth. Why? Because the people that were given the power initially didn't judge with equity and righteousness. We were supposed to sit back here and rule the earth the right way with judgment and equity. Because we didn't do our job. The Most High gave Esau an opportunity to be who he was as a man, and to dominate with his warlike nature. Esau cannot accept and can't go to sleep at night unless he knows you're subjugated.
That's true.
He can't go to sleep and rest if there's a threat looming in front of him. Think about what Esau's doing now with Russia. I watched a bunch of shows, and what Esau says is this: if you won't let us put military bases in Ukraine, and if you don't let us weaponize Ukraine, put military bases and put nukes in Ukraine, only a few miles away from Russia, St. Petersburg and Moscow. If you don't let us do that, then you're a threat. And what you really want to do is wipe out Ukraine, Poland, Germany, France, and England. Because that's what they say in the news.
Yeah.
That is what the media is pushing. The Russians are hostile. And if we don't fight them in Ukraine, they're coming to Poland next. Then they're coming to Germany. Then they're coming to France. Then they're coming to England. And that's what's being fueled and used as propaganda to really start World War III. But this is how Esau thinks. If I give my enemy 1 inch, he's going to overrun me.
It still goes back to that grand chessboard book that was written, because they're still playing global chess.
They're playing global chess, but I'm just trying to focus on the idea that they're playing global chess, but the mindset is paranoia.
Mm-hmm.
If I can't control everything, then who's keeping me from controlling everything and letting me destroy them? On your point about that book on Grand Chessboard, it's the idea of needing full spectrum domination. I have to have full control of every realm or I can't rest. That thinking is what perpetuates wars in perpetuity. Because you're never going to have full spectrum domination. Ever. And if you do get it, how long are you going to keep it? So that means in order to keep full spectrum domination, you have to constantly be in a war mind state.
Mm-hmm.
You have to constantly be in attack mode and destructive mode. What's the point? That thinking is where the Most High said he gave Esau, knowing Esau's nature, the power and the ability to take peace from the earth. Read on.
It says, and that they should kill one another.
He says he gave Esau the power to do that because the ones in power before that didn't handle the kingdom the right way. Who was given the first opportunity at world domination before Esau got it? It was us. And we screwed. We had 80 years of being in power. That's whack.
That's David and Solomon.
That's whack. And really, out of 80 years, we only did good for like 60 of them.
Yeah.
It was a little. That wasn't very good. 60 years of trying a little bit. That's whack.
The confetti didn't last long. Yeah.
It's broken. It's broken it. It's broken it. It has like a hole in it.
Yeah.
So when it that's our reign. But he says after that he gave the dark-skinned nations a little run to, the Babylonians, the Persians, and after that we're gonna bring Esau in and really turn up the war and the death and the destruction and the mayhem. Read on.
God. It says, and there was given unto him a great sword.
Once again, who was blessed with the sword?
Esau.
Esau was blessed with the sword, and that's how you know the red horse is the Edomite nation. And the first Edomite nation was the Greeks. And they came on earth for the intense purpose to sit back and go to war with each other and drag us into all their international wars. Make sense? 331 BC, approximately 472 AD. Yes,
You
right.
answered it. You said 471?
472.
472.
And you could also read the combination of wars that Josephus speak about in against Apion, about how the Greeks had been subject, even amongst themselves, they were warring nation states.
Mm-hmm.
Even amongst themselves, they were.
That's all they know.
That's all they knew was war.
And all they warred so much that they kept destroying records, destroying the historical records of their own people. That's why by the time they got to power, they had no history.
Well,
Because every place they went to, they would destroy the nation and destroy the records.
he said that Josephus says they were constantly rebuilding. So it was even hard to know how to trace the Greek records.
Yeah.
They was constantly in destroy mode and being destroyed, and then rebuilding on top of cities for years on end. They never had a consistency amongst their political leadership.
So that lets you know Esau's mindset. Highly insecure and has to control every aspect of their environment. And they were going to kill and be constant in their pursuit to control their entire environment. So, reason why did we go here? Because let's go back to First Maccabees. We just read about another war amongst just the family of the Seleucids. So you had the Seleucids versus the Ptolemies. Then you had Seleucid versus Seleucids, Ptolemies versus Ptolemies. It was constant war and inner power struggles to maintain the realm.
At first, it was Cassander, Lysimachus,
Yeah.
Ptolemy.
Yeah. After Alexander died.
After Alexander died, it was the 5 generals.
And they were broken up with 4 realms. And then after that, all the fighting and infighting ended up breaking down into really just 2 strong realms. But it was just literally from 330, I would say 321. Yeah, it was 320, 321, all the way down to present day at what we're reading about now. It was just constant wars amongst their own Greek brothers. So, let's go back to First Maccabees chapter 7. Now we're here. Antiochus Jupiter is 11 years old in chains, and his regent Lysias is in chains too. Read verse 4.
First Maccabees, chapter 7 and verse 4.
So, Demetrius said, I didn't want to see their faces. Just wipe them off the board, kill them dead, do what you got to do with their bodies. They got to die because what their daddy did to my daddy. Pretty much that's what it is. Read on.
All right.
And I want power. And I'm going to use that. I'm going to use the allegations to justify what I really want. And what he really wanted was the throne.
Right.
Read on.
First Maccabees, chapter 7 and verse 4. So his host slew them. Now, when Demetrius was set upon the throne of his kingdom, there came unto him all the wicked and ungodly men of Israel.
There you go. Then when you got the new guy in power, now you got to sit back here and kiss his tail and bring business opportunities to him and try to craft your way into the position of power. Okay, read on.
Having Alchemist, who was desirous to be high priest for their captain.
Alcimus was the guy who fought for a position. Now don't forget, Alcimus was already the high priest and was granted that by Jupiter. But he's trying to get more leverage in the country because the power dynamic in Jerusalem was split in half at the very least. More than likely, it was greater on the side of Maccabees than Alcimus. You can see that. So Alcimus has to come up to Demetrius and say, hey, I need to get greater power in this realm. What can I do to serve you? Judas is killing my men. He's killed all my friends. He's got leverage in the city. But I'm on your side. This is the petition he's given to Demetrius to get military assistance to eliminate that righteous threat in Jerusalem that's inhibiting Alcimus from gaining the power he desires. Read on.
God. It says, and they accused the people to be the king, saying, Judas and his brethren have slain all thy friends and driven us out of our own land. Now therefore, send some man whom thou trustest, and let him go and see what havoc he had made among us and in the king's land, and let him punish them with all them that aid them.
So the request is that for Almighty Demetrius to bring his military aid to assist him, because this Judas problem is a real problem. Hold this. Go to Romans chapter 7 and verse 1. 7 and verse 21.
Romans chapter 7 and verse 21. I find then a law.
He says, Paul explained, he says, in his sitting back here and figuring himself out, he realized there is a law about the battle within himself. But this battle that Paul is explaining inside of himself is a law in life in general. Read on.
All right. It says, I find then a law that when I will do good, evil is present with me.
Paul is saying, listen, when I try to do good, there's always that part of me that wants to go left. When I want to be selfless, there's always going to be a part of you that wants to do what it wants to do. Or, to be specific, when you want to go one direction, which is good, there's always going to be somebody else who wants to go another direction. Why is that an essential understanding about a law of nature? Because if you have good intentions and want to take the school or your family or your household or the brothers a certain direction, there's always going to be a faction that wants to take it the opposite direction. There's always going to be that dynamic. Now, you can either focus on your path and have faith that the Most High is going to sit back here and deal with that other path and whatever people are going on their other path, or you have to sit back here and squash and control the other people and the path that they go. And this is the thinking of Esau. We have to sit back here and dominate and control both sides. That's where we find peace of mind at.
Did you say that again? Esau
has to sit back and control both sides.
Both sides.
There is a statement called, or a philosophy, I'm not trying to get all deep, called the Hegelian dialect. And the Hegelian dialect is talking about the theory that if you control both opposite ends of a mindset, both opposite ends of economic theory, political theory, if you control both extremes, you're going to get what you want in the middle. That's a short, condensed version. But this is how Esau thinks. He understands, like Esau understands in their philosophical position. They're really taking it from the scriptures.
Right.
Most I said there's a good side and there's an evil side.
Right.
And there's a law in that, whether it's in man or while you're living. Now, on a spiritual perspective, you're supposed to focus on the good you do and have the Most High deal with the left-hand side, how he's going to deal with it. Yes.
If we could read Ecclesiastes chapter 42, verse 24, then my question would be then, knowing that Esau has a desire to control both spectrums on both ends, both power dynamics, whether it be good or evil, is this him taking some unnecessary power? If you
of course.
Read that Ecclesiastes
42 and 24, right?
Mm-hmm. And 25.
Okay.
Ecclesiastes chapter 42 and verse 24. It says, all things are double, one against another.
It says all things are double, one against another. So the Most High has created two polarities of everything.
Yep.
Black, white, hot, cold, up, down, north, south, east, west.
Mm-hmm.
Forward, backwards. High, low. He says everything is created double, positive, negative, one against another. Read on.
God. It says, and he had made nothing imperfect.
So the Most High is the one that created those polarities. The Most High created, those dynamics, those two power dynamics. Read on.
The scripture said the Most High created the waster to what? To destroy.
To destroy.
And it was perfect.
And it's perfect.
Esau's perfect in him making nuclear fission.
Yep.
And making nuclear bombs. He's perfect with that. Somebody has to play that role. But continue. I'm sorry.
But that good guy, bad guy,
Yeah.
hero, villain.
Yeah.
That hero, villain, that Marvel, what we call the Marvel universe. And when it comes to animated characters,
Yeah.
but the Most High does that in real life. It's not just a Stan Lee world. Stan Lee didn't create the first Marvel universe.
Real quick on that. This is why, have you ever watched like the first Avengers, when all of Earth's mightiest heroes came together? They said, listen, man, with all this power now on Earth, You had Thor from Asgard. You had fancy Iron Man. You had the Hulk.
You get a lot of power.
And then you had Black Widow who can just jump on you and twist you down. But that's not the point. She wasn't part of Earth's mightiest heroes, but whatever. What's the point? The point is that with that group of power, he says this level of power is going to bring otherworldly dimensional powers to Earth. It is just scientific that with this level of force that's here on Earth, there's going to be another polarity of other negative forces that are going to come down, and it's going to clash. Yeah. It's going to collide.
It's supposed to.
Point, it has to.
It has to be that way.
Con. Anyway, I'm sorry. You want to bring Marvel up. I had to respond to
it. Yeah, well, Stan Lee universe.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
Con, verse 25. It says, one thing establisheth the good of another.
It says one thing establishes what?
The good of another.
The good of another. So you need one that's opposite in order to see the good of another. So, for example,
I want to see if you're really good.
For example, I'm not saying you have to have a bad relationship, but if you do have a bad relationship, you will appreciate a good one. Yes, if you do get a good one. If you get the bad,
you're going to get a bad one.
You will.
That's a law, too.
Yeah.
You will get a bad one.
Yeah.
Or two.
Yeah.
If you don't learn from the first one.
But you will appreciate a good one when a good one comes along.
Yes.
How can you value and appreciate the good? Because you know what the bad tastes like.
Yep.
You know what the bad feels like. So one
it's like roses. It smells like roses. Roses. You know what roses smell like.
Yeah.
Anyway,
you will see the good once you experience enough bad.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you don't experience enough bad, you can't appreciate the good.
God.
And so the Most High has this dynamic, so we can appreciate and be thankful when good is present. Read.
All right. It says, and who?
Real quick, this is why what Shamshawan is explaining, and the clarity he's explaining, gives us understanding as to why that evil has to be present in your life. Because that $1 million question we always ask is, why is life so hard?
Mm-hmm.
Why am I always catching these bad breaks? Why is all these things happening to me? These things happen to you so that you can choose to appreciate the good when it comes. That's why you have to experience the bad. That's why you have to experience the losses, the heartbreak. That has to happen so you can appreciate. Not to harp on the bad or to hyper-focus on the bad, but to understand and keep a place for the bad and focus and hope for the good. I'm sorry. That's the thinking you have to take during these evil times.
And you wouldn't know what peace is unless you've been through war.
Got it.
And you wouldn't value peace. Because a lot of times, it's a whole nother class. But a lot of times in our life, we don't even see good until we experience bad.
Yeah.
Until you hit rock bottom, and things are taken from you, you don't really know how good you have it. Otherwise, we live a spoiled life. So the Most High has the bad as being necessary to see the good, to visualize the good.
Mm-hmm.
Read on.
All right. It says, one thing establisheth the good of another, and who shall be filled with beholding his glory.
So, but the question is when Esau tries to control both polarities, is this him trying to behold the glory of the Lord? Is this him trying to play the role in the position of a God? Is when he's trying to control both aspects of those polarities that the Most High created. Because you mentioned earlier that's Esau's desire, is to control both aspects.
Yes.
So is that him trying to sit in the seat of God himself?
Yes. Yes. To maintain that control. That's Esau. And that's why, Most High knowing his nature, this is why there's no peace on earth. That's why there's no peace to the wicked. Like the scripture says also. Because in order for you to have control of both sides, it's endless fighting, it's endless wars, it's endless attacking.
There's no rest for the
Because
wicked.
even if you're playing chess in general on the grand chessboard, it's always about attacking. Chess is war.
Mm-hmm. Strategy.
It's strategy, and how well can I think and process how to destroy you? How can I make this side money? How can I make this side money to feed oppositional governments and groups in these countries to get what I want without my troops coming down there? How can I divide you up, fund the group that's going to do what we say, take you over so we get what we want?
Order out of chaos.
That's what it is. Control out of chaos. But this is how Esau thinks. But this is also a law in general. Where there's good, there's evil. So we can't get past this pull and this tussle that we're constantly wrestling with. It is impossible to get away from this dynamic.
And this is why Job told his wife, thou speakest as one of the foolish women.
Yep.
Shall we receive the good of the Lord and not the evil also?
Exactly. There has to be an acceptance of both.
Yeah.
You just pray that the Most High has mercy on you through the low times to get us back to even to level out. So, 1 Maccabees 7. Now we are verse 6. No, verse 7. No, we already read verse 7.
Yeah.
Give me verse 8. Nope. Before we do that, Salaki, let's go to Josephus. Just to get a recap of the topic, Josephus, book 12. Chapter 10, paragraph 1.
Antiquity of the Jews, book 12, chapter 10, paragraph 1, page 332. Says, about the same time, Demetrius, the son of Seleucus, fled away from Rome and took Tripoli, a city of Syria.
Tripoli is a little bit further south. I think it's further west than Crete. Crete is a little too close to the Mediterranean or close to Antioch. I think Tripoli is closer to Libya. It's above Libya. That's where Tripoli is. But let's continue.
It says, and set the diadem on his own head.
So he imposed himself to be king. Read on.
It says, he also gathered certain mercenary soldiers together and entered into his kingdom and was joyfully received by all who delivered themselves up to him.
So what does that mean? That means Jupiter and Lysias ran the damn operation crappy. This guy that they don't know received them gladly because they didn't like the guy that was in power. Read on. So they just let him in. They didn't let him in. Read on.
Line 390. And when they had taken Antiochus, the king, and Lysias, they brought them to him alive, both whom were immediately put to death by the command of Demetrius. When Antiochus had reigned 2 years.
People that only ran it 2 years. Once again, how well can you run the empire if you're a 9-year-old, bro? You're going to run it to the ground anyway. I want more juice!
Yeah.
Give me more juice!
I want toys everywhere.
Toys and juice!
Yeah.
Build me some
Juice boxes everywhere,
Yep.
Anyway, continue, He wanted juice boxes,
More circus animals.
Listen,
Yeah.
He probably still went to bed at night. He's 9 years old. There's a good chance that happened too.
Yeah.
Well, keep going. I'm being stupid.
It says, as we have already elsewhere related, but there were now many of the wicked Jewish renegades.
Renegades are rebels. Read on.
That came together to him, and with them Alchemist, the high priest.
And the renegade Jewish rebels are just the Jews that were well-to-do, had finances, had money, and wanted to retain their position and their power. Wanted to retain their seat and subjugation, not just over the Jews in Jerusalem, but the surrounding areas. Because a lot of the renegade Jews were doing business with the other nations. Like the Tobias. They had Ammonite lineage in them. They were doing business with the Samaritans, the Philistines, the Tyrians, Idonians, the people east of the Jordan. A lot of these Jews wanted to maintain those connections and those business endeavors to keep their leverage and their power. Read on.
It says, who accused the whole nation, and particularly Judas and his brethren, and said that they had slain all his friends and that those in his kingdom that were of his party and waited for his return were by them put to death.
What he didn't say is, if Judas didn't do that, they were going to get put to death. What he didn't say is, we were killing Judas's people too. We were killing people trying to go just sacrifice at the altar. So what was Judas supposed to do? Let the people get killed? That just tried to serve the Most High? That they just rescued from the possibility of death in Gilead?
And Galilee.
In Gilead and Galilee. Let them die in Jerusalem? So this power dynamic is not controlled. Read on.
And waited for his return. No. It says, and waited for his return.
This is a good reminder for us. You're never going to completely root out negative. You're never going to completely root it. So it's always going to be negative somewhere. And you have to be willing to constantly just have the mindset to lean on it wherever you see it.
And that was the struggle of the kings of Israel
In
the king period. Was there's always some type of pocket of negative. The house of the Sodomites.
Yep.
The witches.
The high places.
The high places.
But the thing is this: can you really enjoy your life, going to war, eliminating negative everywhere you go?
Can't even focus on it.
But can you enjoy what's in front of you?
Nope.
But you weren't meant to enjoy what's in front of you. You were meant to constantly be at work.
And be a hammer.
Staying on top of negative and fighting tirelessly to eradicate the negative around you. But this pie in the sky mindset that we're Jews and we're all going to say Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah in unison with fringes, it's just not reality. Because everybody's going to have ulterior motives. And you got to be aware of that. And not just ulterior motives, selfish ulterior motives.
Yeah, self-beneficial focus.
One-sided motives. And you have to be willing to go to war with whatever person or entity is pushing that. That's going to take the body a different direction. And that's going to happen until you're under the dirt.
And they might think that they're right. That's the funny part.
Well, they are going to think they're right.
The funny part is people genuinely, not all, but a lot of people think they're genuinely doing the greater good.
Yeah.
And they're disservicing the nation. But their lust is so strong and their desire is so strong that they can't see a backside or a drawback.
And this is why, because we have no real sovereignty, people just have to go over there and do what they got to do. We go over here and do what we got to do, and you go and do what you got to do. Because there's no other way. Nobody has the power of a king or Christ. Christ didn't have the power to do nothing. So, let's continue.
All right. It says, and waited for his return, were by them put to death, that these men had ejected them out of their own country, and caused them to be sojourners in a foreign land. And they desired that he would send some one of his own friends, and know from him what mischief Judas' part had done.
So this is a political push. This is whatever he needs to do, he got to do to convince Demetrius to bring his soldiers to eradicate Judas and his men. So, what's also happening? Alcimus and that wicked left side faction is going to use whatever political angles they have, where Judas, all they have is the willingness to serve the Most High in their obedience. These are the stances. Can you do right and sit and wait? Or are you going to sit back and be proactive and go to the political positions and get what you want? Both of these factions are headed for another collision course. Let that go. We're going to go back now to verse 8.
First Maccabees, chapter 7 and verse 8. It says, then the king chose Bacchides, a friend of the king, who ruled beyond the flood, and was a great man in the kingdom, and faithful to the king. And him he sent with that wicked alchemist, whom he had made high priest, and commanded that he should take vengeance of the children of Israel.
So now Bacchides said, okay, we'll send not Bacchides, but Demetrius said, we're going to send Bacchides, a general that I know, and let him go deal with the Jew situation. Because once again, they're always ready for war. This is why the Romans, in particular, they were able to sustain their kingdom so long because of how well they took care of the Roman soldiers. They took care of them really well. Either you were going to be a politician or a soldier. That's how you made your money in Rome. The Romans, their whole empire was based upon finding ways to keep the military fed, well armed, and well taken care of. Mm-hmm. Rome fell apart when they stopped taking care of their army. That was one of the main reasons they fell apart. But anyway, let's continue.
It says, verse 9, and him he sent with that wicked alchemist, whom he made high priest, and commanded that he should take vengeance of the children of Israel. So they departed, and came with a great power into the land of Judea, where they sent messengers to Judas and his brethren with peaceable words deceitfully.
So then now they want to sit back here. They're bringing soldiers up here. Bacchides brought soldiers with him. And they're saying, hey, man, can you come on, man? We just want to talk peace. But why you want to talk peace when you have a whole rack of soldiers behind you?
Yeah, you want to
talk ready to kill you. Everybody's swords are in their sheaths and they're on horses, ready to go.
Yeah, AK's like, I'm trying to talk about.
And they're wearing white, they have white flags. We're going in peace. Nah, bro. This looks shady.
Yeah.
Read on.
It says, but they gave no heed to their words, for they saw that they were come with a great power.
So Judas and his men said, nah, this is a setup, bro. This is a trap. Why go out there and get caught slipping? You have all this military personnel just to talk. If you wanted to talk, you would have killed me man to man. Just one guy. Yeah. So Judas had enough presence of mind to say, no, I'm not doing that. Men, stay back. We're gonna hunker down and get ready for this war. Get ready to seal up that wall. Because they coming. This is Judas' thinking. Read on.
Verse 12. Then did there assemble unto alchemists and Bacchides a company of scribes to require justice.
But then but once again, even amongst the good-intentioned Israelites, there was split factions amongst the good. Because the scribes we're going to read were the Assyrians. And these Assyrians were the initial forerunners of the Essenes. So these guys were all about honor, discipline, loyalty to the Most High. So with that thinking, they projected their thinking and expectation of honor and judgment in them, and they projected it thinking that Alcimus and Bacchides were honorable men too. This is the thinking of the overzealous righteous Israelite. So he's telling you, you have the clear, level-headed Judas, who's wartime experienced, who sat back here and seen the enemy face to face. Then you got the Bible guy, the Bible thumper, who just reads verses all day long.
But no practical application.
With no application. This is what the scribe is. They just read books all day.
So do you think that the scribe was trying to be political and trying to bring about peace, but in a civilized manner? When Israel wasn't allowed to be civilized for the past couple hundred years, or 20, 30, 40 years at this time. They had to sustain themselves by war. And
I just think the scribes were just reading Bible verses all day. Didn't have a real life application of what this is about. This is something that we have to be conscious of when things get bad. How much do you stay and expect people from the outside world to think and operate spiritually, and you operate you have to operate with honor, hoping that your opponent operates with honor. And this is what the scribes are thinking.
And that affects the comment section especially. That's one of the issues with the comment section. I'm not trying to talk bad about just making this essential point. We teach this information. This is the functionality that you interact around other people who have committed their life to living a spiritual lifestyle, that live a Israelite lifestyle. They're in a camp dynamic. But when you're not in a camp dynamic, you have to have the discernment and the ability to call a spade. And you gotta know about law of the jungle, which is street code and carnal code. And then you gotta know when to look at things and operate from a spiritual premise. You have to have both understandings. Because this is what happened when Israelites, in particular, let's say, fall out the camp. And then they operate with Jake people with this brotherly, spiritual, righteous demeanor. And that's great. This really affects people that are born in the truth that have never been on the outside. Or those that haven't been scarred like they should have been scarred. And Most High preserved them, but they go back in the outside. All of a sudden, they're getting their identity information stripped, and they're getting identity thefted by their friends. They're getting, their female is texting their best friend in the Jake realm. No, we're not brothers like that. We go out, we click, we go club, we talk, we hang out, we work his work. But at the same time, a man's a man in this realm. Yep. Or you get set up for getting shot at by people you care about, that they think they care about you, because loyalty is not the same loyalty as a camp situation scenario. Yeah. So it's harder to read outside spirits. So you have to know how to have biblical perception and know how to read carnal people. You got to have both. That's why you need elders. Because elders have the essential experience to give you business direction in your business affairs, because they have experience, to give you direction dealing with carnal people, because they have that experience, and to give you biblical dynamic in your household, because they have that experience.
But the problem is, these guys call themselves elders too. And we're scribes. Listen, we're scribes.
Yeah.
The scribes are lawyers. That's what a scribe is.
Yeah.
A scribe is a lawyer. The problem with being a lawyer is that knowledge does what?
Puff it up.
All of a sudden, you can't be told nothing.
In the scripture, there's a friend who's only a friend in name.
Yeah.
But not in trouble times, not in hard times, not in the midst of a struggle. So how can you discern if these people are telling the truth?
The scripture said a friend can be known in adversity, and also an enemy cannot be hid in adversity.
Yeah.
But these guys aren't thinking like this. These scribes think they can play the diplomatic way and the honorable way, and it gets rewarded. And it's usually like, I fight these guys for a living. These guys aren't to be trusted. Just my spidey senses are tingling. Why do you want to talk when you have all these military guys here? This doesn't make sense.
That's like your kids answering the door, and because the guy's wearing a business suit, that they let him in the door.
12 at night.
Yeah, but
or it could be a regular day.
You're like, why the hell you let this dude in the house? Well, he was wearing a business suit,
and he talked proper.
You're right. You're right.
And he said he knew you.
He didn't look like a thief. Yeah. He didn't look like an enemy.
Thank you.
He looked like a friend.
God, that happens all the time. And these guys had the scriptures. Listen, these guys' job. I'm glad it's brought out this way. These guys, they were learned. These guys weren't sitting back here just farmer Jake Farmer that don't read books and stuff. These guys read Bible verses. This was their profession.
And that's why the scripture say it says
don't pull the verse about the children of the light, because I'm gonna put it.
No.
Okay.
No. This is why the scriptures talk about by trying the spirit by the spirit.
Yes.
Whether they are the most high. It says, brethren, believe not every spirit. Mm-hmm. You don't just believe a spirit because they say we want peace. Or you say I'm an Israelite too, or I got an Israelite name. Oh, yeah. Or I wear fringes.
Yep.
Well, we've seen brothers that wear fringes, smoke cigarettes, and do drugs too.
All the time. But they will follow the Sabbath.
Right.
Which one is that?
They're not buying nothing.
You better not buy or sell. But I bought my cigarettes on Thursday, so it's gonna be okay.
Yeah, so
I didn't buy nothing.
It wasn't on the Sabbath.
I bought my cigarettes on Friday at 3 p.m.
Yeah.
So I'm justified.
Don't buy or sell.
Or at 6:30 p.m. before the sun went down. I got my cigarettes.
Sun's going down. I got hurt by my cigarettes.
You bought your Camels out.
Let me get a carton. A carton? Yeah. Make sure I don't got to come back to the store.
Exactly.
I've been feeding for a cigarette all day. There's 24 hours in the Sabbath.
My God.
I can't let a fire.
That's crazy.
You're not supposed to smoke, sir.
Smoke e-cigarettes.
Yeah.
There you go.
I vape.
Yeah, we vape. We're not smoking. We're not destroying our temple.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Right. But everybody, that just because somebody got fringes on and say the salute, don't mean that they're friends. You qualify everybody. And it sounds like these Assyrians, weren't good judges of character.
Yeah.
Just because you know the scriptures don't mean you have a good judge of character or a sense of your environment or a sense of what's going on in the world.
And it's another reason when the scripture says to have a lot of counsel. There's safety in much counsel.
But the problem is they counsel. You telling me they didn't see Judas? And they didn't see this guy say, no, we ain't going out there. Why would the leader of your army didn't go out there? But you thought you could go out there?
That's my point. You're counseling.
That means there was counsel.
But you're counseling, but you're not counseling with the right people. That's a problem in the Jew land too.
Yeah.
That's a major problem, especially for the kids. The kids be like, I want to counsel. They counsel people that tell them what they want to hear.
Yeah.
They counsel people that can't give them advice on the level they need the advice. You got to counsel with the people that are most effective and most competent in spiritual matters for the longest period of time, have the best track record at the moment. You counsel with those people because they'll give you a bigger, clearer picture. But sometimes we prefer to counsel people that just we're more familiar with or make us feel comfortable or they have good communication styles.
I'm gonna say this is scary, Act.
This is
scary, Act. This can happen to anybody, Act.
Anybody can get exposed like this.
Anybody, listen. It's not a law. It's like you're not breaking a law to go out here and talk to these guys.
No.
Nor are you wicked for not doing it.
Yeah.
So the Most High is going to sit back here. People's lives are at stake based on this decision. And for all intents and purposes, the scribes were good men. They weren't evil, wicked doers.
No.
They just thought they could talk to alchemists and convince them of the bigger picture.
Well, there's still this element of we're diplomatic. You guys are brute warriors.
Yes.
You guys only know how to fight and get things done. We know how to politic
Through the Torah.
through the law. We know how to create scenarios through our perspective and our lens. It's still them not being on the same page.
Oh, no doubt.
Right.
And I know there's no unity. There's no collective togetherness amongst the people that are doing the right thing.
And it's the spirit of you tried it your way, now I want to try it my way. Because we're both.
But they're all on the same side. That's the problem. The scribes are on the side of the law.
I pulled one, not precept, but definition. Karai pulled last week. Nice. Definition nice, 1828.
Right.
And this blew me away. I don't know what.
It was on Monday he brought it out.
He brought it out, but this kind of blew me away, bro. Because now I understand the concept a little better. 1828, nice.
Right.
Or etymology, nice. Whichever one you have pulled.
The Eddie Act.
Yeah, etymology, whatever it is.
Yeah, nice.
Etymology.
In the 1300s. Nice. Foolish. Ignorant.
Stop. So nice means also what?
Ignorant.
And foolish. Read.
Frivolous. Senseless.
Not really
Lacking common sense.
not competent.
Mm-hmm.
Not competent in affairs of life and death and turmoil and scenarios that you can get overthrown.
So what it lets you know, and I'm going to let you finish, you have to be scripturally versed
Yeah.
and spiritually versed in real life application.
And that's why the Bible always says this gives power to the concept of you have to be tutored. A lot of us have this fear, not saying everybody, but there's a fear of being tutored. Because what if I get abused? What if I got used? What if I get hurt? That is a valid concept in Israel, right? But then there's I'm going to read all these classes, get all these classes myself. I'm going to fill my notebook up, and I'm going to get the knowledge.
And be at the house.
I'm going to get the knowledge. And that is necessary too. But the drawback of getting the knowledge, getting the information, but not being tutored and getting the experience, even if you get burned, you still learned. I'm not trying to run.
The Bible tells you have to experience the evil to appreciate the one.
Listen, we got burned.
I know.
Listen.
Multiple times.
The best things I ever learned, some of the most important lessons I ever learned, was when I got burned. Huh?
Yeah.
I said, whoa, this happened to me. Oh, I don't know. Why this happened to me?
This hurt.
Oh! You told me to do it. I told you to do it. I wasn't going to do it. You would have did it, but you told me to do it? Come on. I would have did that. Well, you know what? You learn the hard way, and you learn by you learn that.
You know what that lesson taught? I better follow the answer that deals with discipline.
Yeah.
Versus the comfortable answer.
Yeah, I blew money. I just listen. Shasha Wan told me, hey, why don't you take this money and build your house up, and hook your house up, and stack it up tile it up, white
Somebody,
it up.
I
get
think
it
both
right.
of us said that.
Both of y'all said that.
How was both of us multiple times?
But both of y'all said it. But then I had another counselor said, "Hey, you don't got time to give your mind to this.
YOLO.
You don't have time to give your mind to this. Don't give your mind to hooking up your house in Rio, whatever.
Organizing.
Reorganizing and I don't know the
Remodel.
The remodeling your house. Don't worry about that because we're gonna be over here. I need your mind over here.
And what's
in my
just
head,
the mind that was needed over there?
I'm a soldier in mentality, right? So if the answer is the man that has the higher rank, this is the higher rank council. The highest ranking man said, I don't need your mind over here. I need your mind over here. This is where we're going. I don't need you to focus over here. Then according to technicality, who do you go with? The second in command, third in command, the first in command. When you're a young officer, by technicality, you go with the man that's the highest ranking man that is putting you in a situation where you have to sit here and adapt to a new challenge.
All you have to do is make phone calls and have us be there.
I know.
Yeah.
But I didn't know about that. I don't know nothing about that.
So we could have interviewed the workers.
Yeah. But Shawan said this, or said that. But you know what? I need my mind over here.
Okay.
Because that makes the most sense. Because it's about who has the highest rank, which technically highest rank matters the most. But what would have required more discipline? It would have took more discipline and responsibility for me to sit here and keep my mind over here until I'm in that physical location. But I could have a brother look out for me. I could have had a brother come through and make sure it got done. My brothers have been doing this. They have this experience. I didn't have experience. I'm just operating in that mentality of that nice mentality.
Yeah.
Foolish. So what am I saying? I needed that burn. I'm not blaming nobody for it. I made the dumbass decision. It's my decision. I made the choice. Now I gotta do it years later. I'm trying to refill. I gotta stack some money up. I'm trying to save some money. That's what you did. You made the choice. But you know what? Most High still made me go face that demon and had to fight that battle. You don't get to jump the battle because you listen to a bad counsel. So the point is, you have to be experienced and get burned to know a beneficial counsel from an unbeneficial counsel. You gotta know the difference because different people have different temperaments.
And on top of that, Ecclesiastes 12 and 10 in an apocryphal. Ecclesiastes chapter 12 verse 10. On top of what Dawiyat explained is that sometimes you got to get your heart broke or things got to go wrong in order for you to really open your ears up a little bit.
Yeah.
But in the aspect of these Assyrians, read that.
All right. Ecclesiastes chapter 12 and verse 10. Never trust thine enemy.
Or you don't do what? You just don't. Whether it's diplomatic or whether there's a way that we can negotiate peace, a civilized manner, and we could do this by having a sit down. At the end of the day, they're still what? They're still your enemy.
Listen, where's the common sense? You were good friends with Menelaus, and Menelaus had a 10-year reign of destroying the nation. You telling me if Menelaus is your dog? And he was with Menelaus as a right-hand man in Accra, the citadel, that he don't roll like Menelaus? Why would I think anything different?
Yep.
And then he leaves and brings a bunch of fads with you? Can you imagine an Israelite walking here with fringes and bringing like 50 cops with you? What am I? What do you think? What do you think is going to happen? Or 50 military men, 100 military men with him? Well, what do you think he's doing? You don't think that's federal act?
He has nice.
That's a federal damn move.
He has
right?
nice fringes on.
That's like Judah showing up with Christ with the Roman army.
Exactly.
With Roman
Thank
soldiers.
you. That's federal as hell. Huh? That's what the young folks say.
And then kissing Christ on the cheek.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this is the man. This is the guy right here.
Crazy.
And you gonna fall for that? Anyway.
Read that.
It says, never trust thine enemy.
It says never trust thine what?
Thine enemy.
Read on.
For like as iron rusteth.
It said because is he going to get better with time?
No.
Do enemies get better with time?
That's what I say.
Rust increases over time.
And you know what rust increases and rust is what? Guaranteed.
Yep.
Rust is guaranteed to happen. Rust is erosion. It's not going to not happen. Just like the wicked is going to keep doing what?
Wickedness.
It's guaranteed the wicked's going to do wicked. I'm sorry.
Finish.
It says, for like as iron rusteth, so is his wickedness.
It says so is who? His wickedness. So just because maybe they're ready for a change. Maybe they want to have a civilized conversation now.
But Alcimus was killing Jews. He was part of the crew that was killing Jews, trying to sacrifice on the altar just a week ago. Now he's changed.
Now you done brought a more muscle to the picnic.
Yeah.
You brought muscle to the picnic, and you expect things to be better. You expect things to be civilized now. Now we can talk now.
Instead of Jew thugs killing the civilians, now you got white thugs killing civilians.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think it's gonna be different?
Exactly.
But because I'm a scribe and I read the law, I know better than what common sense tells me. But keep going. I'm sorry.
Finish that.
That was it.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So should they have trusted? Should they have come on the backside of Judas, trying to create this diplomatic approach to peace? They still enemies, man. They still your enemies. They should have done it.
It's crazy, bro.
It should have been a closed door policy. Yes, sir.
Verse 11. Too.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, kind of. Verse 11. Though he humble himself.
It says, though he do what?
Though he humble himself.
Go ahead.
And go crouching. Yet take good heed and beware of him.
You know when he comes crouching? Peace, man. Let's have a conversation and work this out.
Yeah.
That's all crouching is. I'm gonna project humility.
Yep.
Just because he projects humility, what has he done with his works?
What's solid?
All of this time. This is what we try to tell sisters when they're talking about looking at a man. Look at a person's works, not his words. You can feign your words. It's very difficult to feign your patterns.
Wow.
It's the same concept. Sisters too, you can't feign your patterns. You can feign your words. It's hard to feign patterns over a period of time.
Right.
Just let me back in for the weekend.
we get proposition for all these different help scenarios. I'm like, bro, what is your record then?
Yep.
It's hard to sit back here and listen. It's easy to let the Jew come get class whenever they want to get class. It's hard to sit back here and affect the body on higher levels knowing the person's pattern. That's a different story.
If a person's flaky and they have a flaky kind of background and history and a flaky reputation, why would we just automatically open them up for leadership?
Or open them up into a brother's house.
For goodness sake.
Yeah.
Or put men in the brother's house that can bring danger to the brother's house.
Exactly.
Why do that? That's just as impactful.
Can I pull a precept with the point Shashawan dropped?
Yeah.
Jeremiah 13:23. It goes with Shashawan's piggybacks off that theme he's on.
Jeremiah chapter 13 and verse 23 says, can the Ethiopian change his skin?
Can an Ethiopian change his skin up?
No.
You gonna be Chuck Taylor a couple days from now? He's just a whole different looking guy.
No, Sammy Sosa.
He gonna be Sammy Sosa. I'm gonna do
But
baseball.
you know the problem is, people that do that pigment change, you got to keep putting that ointment on that. Because when you stop, you go back to your color act.
Oh, you're back to being who you really are.
Remember Serena was like lightening up?
Oh yeah, she's light again.
Is she? Because she wouldn't lighten it. She went back to her
I
color.
heard
She's on that Ozempic right now.
Well, that too. But I'm saying is she was her regular color, which
I heard she's both.
more than cool. Then she went down. She got real light shade. Then all of a sudden I saw her back to her color.
Well, she's Lil Kim now. I guess she got her money back.
She's little Kim out.
She's Lil Kim out.
That was bad.
She's the face person for this Ozempic company, this weight loss company.
Yeah.
That's being spread all over the world, man.
See, I saw her. I thought she got it from the gym. She was working out. Huh?
No,
it wasn't the gym.
It wasn't the gym, bro.
Listen.
Unfortunately, it came out. It wasn't the gym.
I thought it was the gym. She showed the gym.
She has a complex. She had beautiful skin.
Yeah.
She was good the way the Most High made her. Yeah. But she's operating with the Greeks. Get her mind distorted.
I know.
Because she's with the Greeks. It's what happens in Israel when they get around nations. They start to deal with this insecurity element.
Yeah.
And they start to make adaptations to fit in.
Yeah.
She's the poster child for this company that injects that Ozempic in your stomach. And they got a picture. She's doing a commercial where she's injecting the Ozempic in her stomach.
Stupid.
Whack.
It's not gonna end well. Can you read?
You're kind. Jeremiah chapter 13 verse 23. Can the Ethiopian change his skin
and then be accepted like nothing happened? He's a different guy. Read.
Oh, the leopard, his spots.
Can a leopard say here and say, "Hey, I'm not a leopard no more"?
Listen, I'm not a leopard. Even if the spots were removed, is the leopard going to still be the leopard?
No, I like veggies now. I like vegetables now.
He's still a hunter-gatherer.
I'm a vegetarian.
No, he's going for antelope regardless.
That's a wolf in sheep's clothing.
He wants antelope anyway, bro. He's getting you. He's going for the
Hey,
antelope.
don't be scared, y'all. I got no stripes.
I got no spots.
I'm waiting some hate with y'all.
Yeah.
Have some hate with
I'm
y'all.
just a cat. I'm just a cat.
I
I want some milk. I want some milk.
And some water.
Yeah.
I need some.
I want some catnip. That's what
Can I
brother wants. Some
have some
catnip.
friends?
That's all I want. Some catnip.
I'm tired of being on my own. I want to be on some other people.
Yeah.
I like that. Y'all horns are cool. What's all that about?
Yeah.
I just about 3 more steps closer to you.
Yeah.
To get to know you.
You smell kind of good. What kind of cologne is that? Look at that. That's what happens. Oh, but you look at them. You look at them. There's no stripes. There's a slight variation in how they come at you.
Yes.
Just like Esau with Gad. Switching up. This is peace.
Yeah.
But what was in his heart? War was in his heart.
Yeah.
Read on.
Then may ye also do good that are accustomed to do evil.
So a person, once again, on War's point, they have a track record of doing evil. But because they do a couple good things, hey Matilda, I went to church last Sunday. I'm gonna stop beating you, and I'm gonna be back with you. Let me back in the house.
Or we also about Frank Lucas out.
Yeah.
Frank Lucas giving turkey to the people on Christmas out.
Yeah.
But you're selling
He's a
rocks
good guy.
out and destroying people's livelihood out.
People are based out in the streets.
You're making so much money, you got to weigh it. Because you don't got time to count it.
Kinda.
But you're a good guy now.
Yeah.
You know they said Frank Lucas couldn't read, right?
I believe it.
So he just sat back and just went off weighing out. Because he
That was
can
pretty
count that way out. What's the point, though? The point is, I do good. I'm going to give you some turkeys, but I'm destroying the community.
Or Esau, Bill Gates. Hey man, I'm trying to do some good. I'm a philanthropist. You know,
Yeah.
Philanthropist.
Yeah.
I care about the little African babies.
Yes.
Can
Take
I
this
go
medication.
Yeah, I got something to help. I got something to help you with that. What y'all dealing with?
Yes.
I got these electronic robotic mosquitoes flying through your communities.
Yeah.
And I'm giving you a shot that's
giving malaria.
That's really giving malaria, and it's cutting down the population because I'm making you sterile.
Yeah.
And in the Native American cities, they would sit back here and do abortions, but they'll only do an abortion if they give you a hysterectomy.
See that?
They have to give you a hysterectomy with the abortion.
What's that?
That's
about?
how we'll give you a free abortion. It's
A
free.
free.
It's free abortion with a hysterectomy, so you can't have no more kids.
Wow. Cut your womb.
That's what they did to Gad. Anyway.
So I'm giving you some good, what you think is good,
Yeah.
but really there's a negative, malicious.
There's better good to the
undertone.
wicked person.
Exactly.
I know that didn't sound right, but you get the point.
But yeah, no. It serves their agenda.
Purpose, yes.
It's good for their agenda, their evil agenda.
I know.
But they'll give you a little. They'll throw you a bag of weed and give you a jab, like they did in New York.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Ruin your life.
come down, get this man. We'll give you a bag of trees.
Or some French fries. Remember that this guy said, "I'll give you a delicious French fries."
Or they'll pay you. They'll pay you some money.
Yeah.
Be a guinea pig.
That's a big one too. 'Cause
Yeah.
we get that too.
Yeah.
Hey brother, can I go down here and
In medical studies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro.
Yeah, you're a guinea pig for a medical study.
it's $5,000.
Yeah,
Right?
5,000.
But
You'll
gonna live
never
rest of
be
your
the
life.
same again. Al. You're never the same again. Al.
This was just not.
You got one kidney left.
Yep.
And you're a damn guinea pig.
And you signing all this documentation about all the possible
Can't sue
effects
you.
that might
Cannot
have.
sue you.
Yeah.
Got it.
Israel's not competent in judgment, even though we have scriptures,
Mm-hmm.
and that's a scary element. That's why we had to be close to Most High and go through all the training scenarios. The Most High, see our experiences and see the value in the good and the bad experiences,
Got it.
because it gives you an outcome that you might need down the line, a clarity.
We clear on that, right? Let's continue. Brian, you're going to get out of here. Did you finish? Where are you at?
For Maccabees.
Well, when Thawam comes back in, then head out. All right.
Okay, kind. Yeah,
So we're in. Let's get back to Maccabees.
Is it read, Bertha?
we were 7 and we finished verse 13. No, 12. About
Okay.
the scribes.
So read verse 12 again. Read verse 12 again.
First Maccabees chapter 7 and verse 12. Then did there assemble unto Alchemists and Bacchias a company of scribes to require justice.
And the funny thing is, you got these scribes that didn't listen to Judas, walking and talking like they would get some justice. Talking about honoring the Torah. Because all their idea of justice is based on the Torah. But these Greeks don't give two you-know-whats about the Torah. So what are you doing?
They got hot sauce in their bag. So they're going to fall for that.
They don't care about the Torah. Bacchitis don't care about the Torah.
It's time for
the guy that's with Bacchitis ain't with the Torah.
Exactly.
Alchemist wasn't with the Torah, literally in Jerusalem. Read on.
Go. Verse 13. Now the Assyrians were the first among the children of Israel that saw peace of them.
So he's telling you that these Assyrians were linked in with the scribes. The Assyrians were the predecessors of the Essenes. At least by the time the Essenes became the Essenes, they understood that they couldn't be in political positions. The Essenes got the hell off the grid and just was in the wilderness in the trees. It was hanging. They were tree huggers out down the line.
And living in the cave.
Because the Essenes were like, listen, bro, we have to just get off the grid because their way of thinking, you can't think that way in a city. You can't be that robotic and function in a city with people that have varying levels of effort in what they do for the Most High every day. So they almost have to live off the grid and live in a commune type of scenario to be sustainable. Because when you sit with people that operate without the level of honor that you're operating, it's a clash. It's a clash of methods. And this is what these Assyrians are realizing now. You have your ultra honorable perspective on things. They don't. It's like water and oil.
Right. That's like Israelites telling other Israelites to go vote.
Yeah.
To go vote in a political setting.
It's almost like Israelite people trying to cohabitate with people that don't believe in the scriptures. Husbands and wives. How hard is that? How hard is it when you try to convince somebody who don't believe in the scriptures to understand your way of doing things scripturally? It's like pulling teeth. Those two ways of living is too hard, and they clash and they attack each other approach-wise. So these guys, these Assyrians and these scribes, think they can bring honor in the law. And really, they also thought, and I'm looking a little deep into it, they thought that their understanding of the scriptures, they can convince the heathen to look at things different. You tell me that wasn't their thinking that? To teach, to bring about justice? That means I got to teach you justice. And that means I have a overinflated pride that my approach is going to convince you to change.
That's a modern concept also, because that's Judah and Israel in the 60s saying we shall overcome, getting bit by dogs and marching in for peace.
And how about that we shall overcome was a funded movement. And it only stuck because it was funded. But I say another way, a lot of times young men in the spirit or young women in the spirit thinks that they can change a person.
Yeah.
That's a young-minded thinking. How many of us have sat back here in our past, thought if I taught this brother or I taught this sister, they're going to want to serve the Most High all of a sudden?
Right. Give them the magic scripture.
Just because y'all don't affiliate with these individuals don't mean that I can't. Because I have a greater perspective of discernment. Yep. And my level of discernment can pick apart who's good and who's not better than y'all can.
You know how many people thought I can go into this den of wolves and pull out the spiritual people? I can maintain my spirituality around all these negative cats and pull them to Christ. Remember people who say it all the time, what are you talking about? If they're not coming to class, they don't want it. It's that simple. Anyway, there's a lot of hubris and pride that comes with sometimes when you're in the book all day, you think you can change people that don't want to be changed. But let's continue. Thou much. All right, sir. So, 1 Maccabees chapter 7 and verse 14.
First Maccabees chapter 7 and verse 14. For said they, one that is a priest of the seed of Aaron is come with this army, and he will do us no wrong.
You see how disconnected that thinking is? The kings already showed throughout history that just because they were of the line of David didn't mean they were going to be what? Righteous. Then the princes showed the same thing. Then the priesthood was given to the sons of Aaron for them to be the leaders of the nation. But by now, the seed of Aaron had already proven that a lot of that seed of Aaron was not honorable and upright with the scriptures. But they're sitting back here and choose to look and think that the seed of Aaron is going to sit back and defend us. It's no different than down the line, the Hasmonean dynasty. We start putting our trust in the Hasmonean dynasty. But not everybody from the Hasmonean dynasty, what I'm saying is the Maccabean dynasty, not all of them end up being righteous down the line either. Why do we have this? We have a robotic thought that every person from a certain lineage is going to be on point. It's just not true.
Is that the inner side of us?
Always wants a king.
That always wants a king, or
Yes.
looking for salvation, or looking for a savior.
Yes. You know why? Because if I got a king, I don't got to what? I don't got to think. I don't got to think. I don't got to sit back here and make a real difficult decision. Let's really weigh out if we should go out here and talk to these guys. No, he's a son of Aaron. So because he's a son of Aaron, he's going to be honorable. So let's go out here and talk to these guys.
He's supposed to fix everything.
Because he's a son of Aaron. He's holy because he's of the son of Aaron. You see how this is how we think.
He's a good boy. His grandfather's Aaron.
Ton. That is where we get caught slipping all the time. That's not even just. But anyway, I don't want to go there. But this is the thinking. They were wrong, and that overboard thinking, or just I'm just going to gloss over what's real in my eyes, and just go off the fact that he's Levi, he's the son of Aaron. And we're going to risk the people that come out here's life.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be 60 scribes and Assyrians go out here to meet Alcimus because he is a son of Aaron.
And then when Paul says, I bear them record that my people have a zeal of God, but not according to knowledge.
Yes.
Like we have a natural zeal to want to believe that everything's going to be okay.
Yep.
But the way we go about it is ignorant.
The way we go about it is ignorant. You know, we use our faith and our trust the wrong way. We're supposed to have faith. We're supposed to sit back here and have a spirit of following and honoring leadership, but not to your detriment like this. This doesn't make sense. This guy hasn't shown works to trust in. Alcimus hasn't done anything works-wise to believe him. I can see if Alcimus had shown a pattern of good works, and he was anti-Menelaus and anti-Jason and anti these guys, then I get it. But he didn't show these works to trust in, and you're going to trust him off of namesake?
This is every 4 years in politics. How we doing now?
That's like believing a man's name is polite, because his name is polite.
Yeah,
He said he's a good guy, but yet how many scams was he undertaking the conscious community, and then eventually just to get thrown in jail for pedophilia.
Yeah.
And
taking a young girl to a Miami club.
Yeah,
taking a preteen.
Yeah.
To a Miami club.
It's crazy.
Where your seed is all over this girl's blouse.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
And it was his girlfriend's daughter.
His rib's daughter, one of his wives, because he believed in multiple wives.
Oh yeah, he will believe that.
Yeah, but then you taking this daughter with your seed all over this girl's blouse.
That's horrible, bro.
But you get caught up in buying this guy's rhetoric because this guy he's a good talker. Well, he sounds smart, and that's why it says, "Believe not every spirit."
Yeah.
You're right.
But try the spirit by the spirit.
It says, "For many false prophets have gone out into the world," or you get a camp that gets taken by a woman that they call a prophetess.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And because she sounds like she's saying something spiritual, oh man, she's a prophetess.
That's crazy.
And then the whole camp of men following a woman because
on the West
she's
Coast.
a prophetess.
Yeah. Ghana. So, that's true. Let's go. Let's continue.
First Maccabees chapter 7 and verse 15. So he spake unto them peaceably.
So then when they came out, they met Alcimus. So they spake unto them peaceably. Read on.
And swear unto them, saying, he will procure the harm neither of you nor your friends.
But they had their fingers crossed.
Yeah.
So Bacchus and Alcimus said, we're not going to do nothing to y'all. Come on out. Come on out, scribes. Come on out, Assyrians. Whoever wants to come out, everything's going to be okay. But their left hand was behind their back when they were saying this.
You know, every trick needs, in order for it to be believable, you need a demonstration.
Yeah.
Even a magician will show you the hat is empty before he pulls the rabbit out.
You have to do that.
You have to show a demonstration in order to make the trick believable, and that's all it is. This priest of Aaron that they brought was just part of the trick. You have to make it sound believable in order for it to be a trap.
Yep.
To get them to bring their guard down.
Yeah.
I mean you no harm.
Done. Continue.
Whereupon they believed him. Howbeit,
So they believed them. They ate the cheese.
Yeah.
The scribes did. Read on.
howbeit he took of them 70 men, and
No.
slew them.
Uh-oh. What verse are we at?
Verse 16.
Yeah. Read that.
Verse 16. Whereupon they believed him. Howbeit he took of them 70 men.
So 60 dudes came out. 60 dudes came out thinking they had their fanciest garments on too. They had their shiniest fringes, the shiniest garments, being holy as hell. As soon as they came to them, unharmed, and with they didn't bring any weapons. They got immediately snatched up by Bacchus' men. Read on.
And slew them in one day.
Bro, it was just a kill-off of 60 men that were supposedly righteous men doing the right thing.
Naive.
So once again, this lets you know you can know the scriptures all damn day long. Most High's going to let you die if you make dumb, naive decisions. How about that? Just because you follow the law don't mean you are exempt from getting killed for doing something stupid. A lot of us think there's an invincibility with us. I can sit back and make mistakes and do mistakes, but do foolish things and that you don't think about without punishments. There's this thought that because I follow the law, I have a force field around me. Am I right or wrong?
God.
Well, there's a thing. Because I know the scriptures and I've been on point. I can be around. I can go and be around criminals, and everything's gonna be okay. I can be around killers, and things are gonna be okay. I can be around people that don't live like serving the Most High, and it's gonna be okay.
I go to this party and it's like 3 girls and like 15 dudes, and these guys are just the athletes.
Yeah.
So it's not a problem. They're athletes.
Yeah.
Or there's no problem because I got the Most High on my side. There's no problem because I serve the Most High and I follow the law. And I don't mean nothing if you choose to go in a jacked up situation on your own.
God, why you let this happen to me?
There you go. You don't think these
It's
60
God's
guys
fault,
were
though?
saying this?
Yeah.
You don't think these 60 scribes were saying, why'd you do this to me, Father? I just wanted to sit back here and uphold the law.
I was having faith.
And I was trying to bring truth, justice, and the Hebrew way
Yeah.
to these Greeks.
Yeah.
Why are you killing me? Why are you sitting back here and punishing me?
Yeah.
That's the thinking we have in real life.
I didn't deserve this.
This isn't fair. We're taking our time because there's so much meat in these stories. We walk around here with this nonchalant
Childlike
pride. There's a pride there. It says don't have pride in a plain way. This was plain pride. This is what pride is in a plain way. You're just going to sit back here and bring the law to these people because the Spirit's with you that bad? You're that cold? You're going to sit back here and get this guy to change his orders? And he's going to sit back and hear the words from you and break orders? Get out of here. Every time these military men have come to Jerusalem, they've come to destroy. And these scribes, remember literally 2 chapters ago, or a chapter ago, 8 verses ago. Well, I'm saying 15. Remember, Antiochus Jupiter said, listen, man, we're not going to kill y'all. Just let me in.
Yep.
And as soon as Jupiter came in, he said, nah, dog, this place is too fortified. I reject this deposit. Break down a portion of this wall. These scribes were right there when this happened. Remember that?
Yep. That's
The
why
scribe busted a hole. The scribes watched Jupiter bust a hole in the temple or in the wall. So they have easier access to get in.
If they need to.
And you sit back here and they're out here, oh, we're not going to do nothing. Just come on out. They literally saw an example just a few minutes ago.
the hole in the wall was evidence that you can't trust them.
Thank you. And they went back out there anyway. Because they thought their message, they could spit hot fire out. They got scriptures. They got bars too. Now I get a chance to show these people the scriptures. And show them the law.
That's the element.
Did you see that confidence in a plain way?
That's that element of religious stupidity.
It's and it's pride. It's not just stupidity. It's pride.
What else makes it stupid?
Because you think what you're gonna say is gonna really change these people. That's the ego we have.
That's hubris.
People listen to the words we teach because they want to hear it. We're not that special. We're not that important. We're not that dynamic.
But you're inflated thinking that you are.
That's my point. That's my point. We think that when people start thinking that they're really on some level, it's when they get caught slipping.
I can change them, girl.
This is why when people sit back and say things like, if it ain't from us, it ain't the truth. What kind of craziness is that? If it ain't from this group, it's not the truth. That's beyond confidence in a plain way. That's just pride and arrogance and ego. That means the breakdowns you're breaking out is that much greater than everybody else's? That's crazy talk. So they're getting slayed. I hope they didn't get tortured. They got slayed in the day, and they're sitting back here in chains. Like, what did I do?
All I want to do is be a good boy.
Yeah, right.
Can I read this one scripture?
I was going to pull the verse real quick, and then you got it. Let's go to Luke chapter 16 and verse 8.
It's a major point we're kind of going over, though.
Listen, this is real, man.
This is a scary point.
They didn't. That's why I said it was scary. I said that.
We can all be in this kind of scary.
You telling me this couldn't happen to us? Easily. You look up, you in jail, about to get executed and made an example of. These guys were the head of a movement that was anti the country. Read on.
Luke chapter 16 and verse 8. And the Lord commended the unjust steward, because he had done wisely. For the children of this world are in their generation wiser than the children of light.
The children of light don't always operate with wisdom and intelligence and common sense. People of the world have more common sense than the people that read the Bible every damn day, all damn day. That's a fact. Because people that are sitting back here, scribes, and I'm just reading scriptures, we put ourselves in a bubble, which we're supposed to. We're supposed to put ourselves in a bubble. But because we're in this bubble, we think if we get out of this bubble, we are protected from all of the outside harms and dangers that are waiting to creep in and hurt us.
It's called being off the grid.
It's like, sisters, be careful. Y'all just can't be rolling the streets at night, going to shop and making all these runs and thinking that you're safe. Just because you are a child of light doesn't mean you're going to get backed by doing things that are unsafe and foolish.
And incompetent.
There is a significant lesson there. And just like men can't be rolling the streets at night thinking they're bulletproof. Yeah. I can just roll because the Spirit's with me. Is it? They thought the Spirit was with them too, until they realized it wasn't. The lesson is we can't operate with this foolish thought that we are invincible and impenetrable to significant loss and failure. We can't play that game. And we need to take every step we make seriously and use wisdom and precaution with the moves we make. I'm going to say more precaution. We need to operate still with precaution when we make decisions, even in the spirit of Christ. Because things can backfire in our lives. It's significant. What verse you have?
Go to James chapter 2, verse 17. Read that.
James chapter 2 and verse 17. Even so faith, if it hath not works, is dead.
So yeah, a lot of people just think that they could talk, and my talk and my ability is enough to bring peace, and we don't have to necessarily resort to war, because it may not require that everything is answered by war. That's what these Assyrians are thinking. Everything don't have to be a fight. We can just talk. We could be civilized. We could litigate peace without having to fight everything out. But he said, read that again.
Even so faith, if it hath not works, is dead, being alone.
Yeah, the Assyrians had faith that we could just talk. But faith alone is not sufficient. Read on.
Yea, a man may say, thou hast faith.
A man could say, yeah, I got faith that I believe that the Most High is going to bring peace and everything's going to be okay, and we're going to be able to live harmoniously with these Greeks. Read on.
And I have works.
Go ahead.
Show me thy faith.
He said, show me thy faith. Go ahead.
Without thy works.
He said, show me your faith without your works. Just go off belief alone. Going off belief alone is not enough. Paul understands this. He said, going off faith alone, having just a naive belief that everything is going to be okay, that's not enough. Read on.
And I will show thee my faith.
And Paul said, I can show you my faith. How?
By my works.
He says, by my works. Meaning, read on.
Thou believest that there is one power.
Go ahead.
Thou doest well.
Go ahead.
The devil also believes.
He says, devils believe too. Read on.
And tremble.
Go ahead.
But wilt thou now, O vain man, that faith without works is dead?
He said, but now you have to understand that faith without what?
Without works is dead.
Read.
Was not Abraham, our father, justified by works?
It says, how did the Most High petition or challenge Abraham? Was it just the fact that Abraham said, I believe? Or did Abraham make him put something behind his belief?
Mm-hmm.
Read on.
When he had offered Isaac his son up the altar.
Go ahead.
Upon the altar.
Read.
Seest thou?
He said, seest thou? The Most High requires an action. Basically, actions speaks louder than words, is what he's saying. A lot of times we think because our belief, we got strong belief that things are going to be okay, and we don't have to resort to actions. That's not necessarily true. People have to prove themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You have to put some actions up before you just believe anybody. Not even the Most High believed Abraham simply because Abraham said, I believe. He made him go sacrifice his son and waited till the very last second to say, stop. Here's a ram in the bush. Don't kill your son. Now your actions have proved to me that you're legitimate, that you really believe in me. He said, read on.
Seest thou how faith wrought with his works? And by works was faith made perfect?
How is faith made perfect? By what?
His works.
By works. So when we negotiate with these nations, when we negotiate with these enemies of ours, are we believing their words or are we believing their actions? What should we be looking at? It's our naivety, it's our ignorance that says I can just believe a person without works.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we don't let anybody just come into camp and just say because I was an officer of this camp, or I know the truth, or I have a history with the truth, or I've been around the truth.
Not enough.
Or because I used to worship in this congregation, or I was a student at One West, or I was in Philly, or I was in Cali, or
I knew this guy.
And I knew this guy, and this guy taught me. Man, we don't just believe all that, because the way that faith is made perfect is by works. That's why there has to be proof. There has to be evidence. That's why you have to see people, not just hear people based on what they tell you. People will tell you all kind of sweet things,
Right.
but you can't go off of just sweet words. You can't go off. You'd be naive, a fool to do so. Not even the Most High goes off words. He made Abraham put Isaac to the test in order to believe him. So before we believe anybody, you got to put some works up. He says, by works is faith made perfect. Meaning you're not supposed to just believe what people say.
And this is why, sisters, husbands have to prove they're trustworthy. Women have to prove they're trustworthy to be invested in. If you don't take that mindset, people will sit back and throw verses on you and snowball you.
You think as a person got a Bible in their hand, they say even the devils believe.
Mm-hmm.
Even the devils tremble. Devils they got scriptures too.
Yes, they do.
The devil got Bible too. You don't you don't just believe people just because they sound wise.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he got a suit on. Oh, he got a garment on. He got fringes on.
Kind words,
sweet words. None of that is sufficient. You got to look beyond just what you see in people and what you hear. You got to look at their track record. You got to look at their behavior. You got to look at their history. You got to go get some validation. You got some other proving points. You got to vet this person a lot better. And that's what we see in history. Those are great 60 dead men. Bodies are laying around Jerusalem because they didn't require any more evidence than just words. 60 unburied bodies floating around Jerusalem, sitting on top of the ground, dead for the vultures to pick at, because I don't want to get more proof behind if this person is true or not. Let that go.
So read verse 17 again. Unless you got another verse.
No,
It's chapter 7, verse 17.
First Maccabees chapter 7 and verse 17. The flesh of thy saints have they cast out.
No, verse
16.
Yeah, it's 16?
Yes, sir.
Yes, let's read that.
First Maccabees chapter 7 and verse 16. Whereupon they believed him. Howbeit he took of them 80 men, and slew them in one day, according to the words which he wrote. The flesh of thy saints have they cast out, and their blood have they shed round about Jerusalem.
So he's letting you know these men were saints. They were good people. Just because you're a good person does not mean there's a force field on you and a lack of punishment for foolish decisions.
Yep.
It's no different than when we went into, I'm not going to go there because I don't want to take away from the class. First Maccabees chapter 2, you can write it down. First Maccabees 2, verse 31 through 41. Remember when we were hiding in caves, running from Antiochus' men?
Mm-hmm.
And they saw them coming from afar, but they didn't want to close up they didn't want to close up the rock because it was the Sabbath.
Yep.
And I didn't want to work on the Sabbath. So that entire group of people in the community were killed because they just were too robotic to have common sense for self-preservation. And that's another thing going into the children of the world are wiser, have more common sense than the children of the light.
Yeah, children of darkness are at least competent of the affairs of darkness.
And they can you know what the children of darkness can do? They can sense danger. They can sense danger and avoid it. We sit back here and walk around here avoiding danger, avoiding all the trouble signs and falling right into it and thinking, because I follow the law, I can avoid danger. I can avoid severe punishments and loss and trauma. Unneeded, unnecessary trauma. We have to grow up, man. We have to fix this. So, let's continue.
And there was none to bury them.
And like Shamshawan said, they were out there to die and to be eaten by vultures and all type of creatures and rodents. Back in those days, that was the most dishonorable death you can get. Is to not be buried. Continue.
Wherefore the fear and dread of them fell upon all the people.
So then all of a sudden, then they realize, oh, these guys are serious. I can't be religious anymore. Judas was right. This is what doesn't make sense. Based off what Sham Shawan was showing. Judas had proved that his works made sense. Judas had proved through his actions and bravery he was the person to be followed.
But you can't beat the concept of I'm smart too.
That's what I was saying. It's a me too thing. I'm smart too. I got wisdom. The Spirit works with me too.
How about that's in the Bible too?
That's right. These guys were scribes, knew the scriptures, knew this brother.
Yeah.
Knew this brother.
Yeah.
The Spirit was with him. Knew it. Had seen constantly the Spirit was with this guy. He proved it every single day. Shalom, everybody. Shalom, out. They saw it, but they still went and did it their way. Because 60 men are dead.
Because people want to do things their way in general.
At
all cost. Listen, bro.
Crazy,
I'm not trying to bring up the wild situation, but women are men do it too. But
it's both.
Sometimes
it's both.
I'm not even being that guy. I'm not that guy. Okay. Well, I'm saying sometimes people are hell bent on proving their way works out.
Yeah.
And that's human.
That's why it's not just women.
I know. I'll just use an example. Teenagers want to do it. My dad said this. My mom said that. But I'm hell bent on proving them wrong. It's that I want to prove you wrong mindset. Because if nothing happens, I don't get burnt. Because I'm really playing that flute. I'm really a snake charmer. I'm taking an unnecessary bet, and the loss of the bet is my life. But I want to pay this snake because I'm betting because I get off to the notion I want to feel the bump of my way worked. That costs a costly bump.
Listen,
it's a costly
these like we said earlier, Shamshon Waters came back in. These scribes were however old they were.
Doesn't matter.
I think these were older guys. These guys saw the Spirit was with Judas, and they still didn't listen.
You're too young, Judas. You don't know nothing.
Like Shamshon said,
I'm just not young no more.
Judas's works proved he was to be followed. And you still don't follow your leader? He was the leader of the movement.
You didn't get religious freedom by delegating and deliberating conversations.
Right.
You got religious freedom because of Mattathias.
Yeah.
And his son, Judas, risking their life in the heat of the battle, making the right moves, and the Most High rewarded them way more times than they lost.
Facts.
Yep.
And you sit back here with that information in your hands and choose to do it your way. You know what it lets you know? These Assyrians were in the Bible more than the Hasmoneans and thought, the Spirit's with me more because I study more.
Because that's
I'm sitting back here. I'm more learned than them.
That's a psychological flaw in study. Because listen, that hits anybody, bro.
Knowledge puffeth up.
It doesn't necessarily make you want to get your hands dirty.
There you go.
You can be overly. I remember Kyle Cobb said this many years ago. He said that there's a time for studying. There's a time for reading the scriptures. Then it's the time to take the scriptures you got and apply them in a real life situation. And then after you apply the scriptures you were given in a real time situation, then it's time to go. Then there's another time to go back in the scriptures and get more scriptures to eventually go apply them in real life situations. Also, what good is getting the scriptures if you're not applying them every day? Which ties back to Dawiyat's point about camps dealing with the body. What good is the scriptures if you're not working with people having to apply mercy, patience, long-suffering, discipline, humility, love?
It ends up being theory.
It's all theory.
And that's why I always said, listen, I guess it's a private conversation. Theory, yeah. Listen, it's very scary being a theorist because that's why I said the working the zones and entertaining the thousands of spirits we entertain at the zones, I believe is essential only for the ability to be able to have a bead and a feel on different characters.
Yep.
It's a gift the Most High gave us, that He put us in these grind scenarios where you had to pick up the wisdom as you went. You had to pick it up in real time. You had to take L's. You had to get burnt. You touch the stove, you got to burn your hand.
Mm-hmm.
But from those experiences and studying, you bring them together and you have more competence versus just being a phenomenal scribe.
Yep.
That does not mean this person is competent in matters of war. Same thing applies to the Godfather. I had to say that.
You mean Tom Hagen wasn't a wartime concierge?
He wasn't a wartime
and you had to take him out. I can bring somebody who knew how to fight.
Get this guy out of here. He's great.
Remember, Tom said, "What did I do? I've been loyal to the family." And then Pacino had to be a jerk. You're out, Tom. Get out. Get out of this room now and let the real G's deal with this situation.
And it wasn't like Tom wasn't a good man. He wasn't incompetent. He'd
have had to say it that mean. He said, "Get out. You're out, Tom."
Yeah.
He said, "Nah, man. I don't want to hear you're out." And then the Don said, he said, "Tom, we love you, but I have full faith in my son here. It's gonna be okay." He said, "You're out, Tom." Like, damn, why are you going to do it like this?
Why are you making it hard? It's already hard. Why are you being so abrasive?
Because the son was in war mode.
Why are you being tone deaf?
Listen, the son had to make it happen. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, because I use the zone, and that example might not be relatable. But maybe the example of seeing that movie and seeing how there's people that are competent in the affairs of peacetime. There's peacetime affairs. There's wartime affairs. Mm-hmm. And does your premise of thought apply to wartime?
Because a lot of the decisions we've made to sustain this camp from the outside wouldn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
But when you're in war, and you've been in war and engulfed in war for 20 years, you know what you got to do to keep things afloat.
Your hand may get burned. And you just sit here.
Your hand, and then your hand is careless. You have careless hand from this guy.
Careless hand. Why does this keep happening?
Or you may have to sacrifice a couple Sabbaths and go to work.
Gone.
Yeah.
Because a lot of camps don't believe in work on doing no work on the Sabbath whatsoever.
Yep.
But if you're in survival mode, do you go and say, well, was Christ wrong for letting the disciples pick the ears of corn on the Sabbath? Or was you wrong because the scriptures say it is not unlawful to do that which is right on the Sabbath?
David ate the showbread.
Are you wrong because the scriptures say the Sabbath was made for man. Man wasn't made for the Sabbath. Mm-hmm. Or are you wrong because you had to do a little work or get your hands dirty on the Sabbath? Because the whole survival of the Maccabees have been them having to fight no matter what given day it is. Mm-hmm. No matter what day of the week it was, they had to fight to retain their religious freedom.
And can I put one scripture with that?
Yeah.
Christ did that also in St. John 5:17. In St. John 5:17, Christ. Matter of fact, go to verse 16 to 17. It illustrates the same point, the same premise.
St. John chapter 5 and verse 16.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore did the Jews persecute Yahushua.
So the Jews who were caught up in their regimented, mechanical, theoristic process.
Yep.
Read.
Not
necessarily they had bad intention.
Yeah.
These guys
weren't wicked either. It said these guys were saints. They weren't bad guys.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure we're clear on this.
Therefore did the Jews do what?
Jews persecute Yahushua. And sought to slay him.
Read. Why?
Because he had done these things on the Sabbath day.
Because he did something on the Sabbath. He did some miracles and some righteousness on the Sabbath. But read Christ's response.
But Yahushua answered them, My Father worketh hitherto.
My Father's working on the Sabbath. Yep. Does the Most High take a break when the Sabbath is going on?
No.
Does the sun stop shining and the birds don't get fed?
Right.
We read the scripture about the Most High sees all the sparrows and he feeds all the animals. So animals got to starve on the Shabbat.
Right. The world stops on the Shabbat.
The moon stops, the sun stops, the stars don't shine, everything stops and shuts down. Because it's the 7th day of the week. Read.
My Father worketh hitherto, and I work.
Christ said, my Father's working, so I'm working.
And when he was working was a miracle.
Yeah.
What he was doing was healing.
Not coming up and getting paid.
Healing was a 7-day-a-week work.
Exactly. He was providing for the nation, providing for the benefit of the nation. That doesn't stop.
Healing the sheep.
Exactly. That doesn't stop. But the regimented, theoristic, legal-based, incompetent, really uninitiated mind is looking at him. He broke a rule. Let's kill him. This is our premise to kill him. This is our excuse to kill him. But I'm not competent. The Most High wanted him to heal spirits. Like if my animal got in a ditch If my sheep or my goat got caught up in a ditch where it could die, of course a man's going to get his animal out the ditch and pull it out, even if it's a Sabbath, because I can't afford to lose my goats and my sheep and my oxen. I have that competence, but I don't have that competence when it comes to the betterment of the nation. Only when it comes to things that are self-based and self-beneficial am I practical. I'm practical when it's self-beneficial.
Right.
But I'm not practical when it comes to healing spirits that don't benefit me whatsoever. And Christ is showing I got to do the work because the Most High wants me to do the work every day. I only have a short period of time to be on earth.
What it shows is that being legalistic, it only comes down to my preference.
There you go.
What I prefer as being more important. Because if my ox fall in a ditch and I need to get this land done, this land taken care of, and I only got one ox left, otherwise I got all of these crops that will be untilled,
Yep.
or unreaped or unharvested.
Yep.
I got to get this ox out the ditch. That means when I know what's beneficial to me, that I know when to lay the law aside so it can benefit me in this particular instance.
Yep.
But I bet not see you heal a man in the Sabbath and heal a man's infirmity because it's the Sabbath day. So we pick and choose when we want to apply the Sabbath and to what scenario, based upon how beneficial it is to us or not. Because when it benefits us, oh man, I got to get this ox out.
Yep.
Yeah, because it's my
You
ox.
understand?
You understand?
What
I
man
understand.
wouldn't go? What man would do this?
You feel me?
Yeah,
You understand?
feel me.
You understand what I got to go
Feel.
through? So it got to get done.
Yeah.
But this man can't be healed because it's the Sabbath. So that means we pick and choose what we want to follow, and how serious we want to implement the law.
Yep.
But when it's personal, the law can be
It's flexible.
it's flexible. The law is flexible when it's personal. But when it doesn't benefit me, hey man, you're a violator.
Yeah.
You're a violator of the law.
I'm a strict. I will stand by this. I'm standing on this, and this is a strict scenario. There will be no corn. There will be no healing. There will be no miracles.
Yeah.
On this day,
Because it don't benefit me.
Okay.
it shows. I'm not trying to say anything, Carl, on the camera, bro. But there's a card getting pulled out.
Yeah.
There's a card getting pulled. It's showing that we're not. That
We're partial.
There you go. That's the way to
That's the
say
word.
it.
We're partial people. We got to take it to the streets. We
That's
got to take it to the sewer.
Yeah, it shows the partiality of
Yes,
man.
yes. That is the answer. We go ahead and continue with the verses.
It's
Are
partiality.
y'all done?
And going back to
Are
these
y'all
scribes,
finished or y'all done?
I'm writing such one point.
Sorry.
I'm writing such one point.
Okay.
But it shows these scribes, these intelligent men, these men of honor. Just the honor and the intelligence always doesn't mean that I can survive a life or death scenario. There has to be more. So I'm trying to get to what the point I'm going to get to is this is why I have to sit here and trust and counsel a little bit more than I think.
And I got this one.
Yeah.
And this is why the Most High sends the leader that's supposed to run the camp. Listen, he sent Judas to make the decisions.
Yeah.
Yep.
He chose Judas
Order. Yeah.
to sit back here. This is no different. Remember, Judas told the group that was in Jerusalem to stay where you're at.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
While one of the brothers, I think it was Simon, went to Galilee.
Yeah.
And he and his other brother went to Gilead. And
Yeah.
he said, you just hold it down in Jerusalem to protect it.
Please.
And they went and left and went to Philistia. And they lost 2,000 men.
Yeah.
And the lesson we brought out there was, listen, follow the man the Most High is working with.
Yeah.
That's the easy solution.
The man with the high hand.
Well, I didn't want to say
Say
high
in
hand.
basketball we do.
Just follow the man the Most High has been working with.
You're right.
And you don't got to worry about injecting yourself into a decision that's going to destroy your damn household and leave your wife a widow.
Yeah.
And if the scribes just did that, they would be okay. But the sad thing is, we like to operate in this realm of the scribes were wicked because they did this, and Judas and them was righteous. No, you don't got to be wicked to get punished.
Right.
You don't have to be wicked for the Most High to sting you and give you a permanent sting.
A bad move is a bad move, right?
And the truth is, you can be a good man, make the wrong move and die behind it.
I hope
So there's no invincibility in us like that.
I hope the young people are listening, bro. These teens that be here falling asleep in class, look like they got bobbleheads out. I hope you're catching this, because you could easily be in a situation. But
young men, young women,
Yeah.
older women, you're not invincible.
Yeah, bro.
You're not invincible.
Yeah.
So don't act like you're invincible.
I had a lot of friends, bro. A lot of my friends died, bro.
Yeah.
Just stupid ways.
Yeah.
Like cats OD'd at
Car
parties.
accidents.
OD'd at parties, car accidents, trust drunk drivers because they give them a hug.
Yep.
Hey, you're my boy, and they get in the car with a drunk driver. Driving in the rain,
killing brothers drunk.
Yeah.
killing brothers drunk, driving in the rain, speeding in the rain.
Brothers playing Russian roulette with their wives. Remember that one?
Yeah,
In council.
because you're in the spirit. You gonna try to scare her to get an
facts.
order. I'm gonna scare her to get an order. I got this pistol.
That was the worst story
I'm gonna
ever.
counsel with the pistol. I'm
Russian
Okay.
roulette. Listen. I'm gonna empty all the bullets and put one and spin it
yeah. Cause I know it's not gonna go off
until it does,
until it does.
and then somebody's injured
And until somebody's soul's not in the body.
permanently.
And there's real life consequences. But I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I'm quoting the scriptures. Most high.
telling you, bro.
Most high. Most high. Most high. Most high.
Listen, that's all we're saying. That's all we're driving from this point.
Yeah.
We're not invincible,
Yeah.
so we better operate circumspectly. We better get counsel before every enterprise
And you can be around shady people
to
and
protect us.
stupid people. There's a scripture about that too, about the bold man. You can be around stupid people in your own personal time, right?
Yeah.
Kind of.
You can be around stupid people and they'll get stupid results. Can I pull that scripture real quick?
Yeah. What verse are we going to?
We're going to thank you so much. The bold man scripture.
I don't know what the bold man. I don't know what that is.
In Ecclesiastes. In Ecclesiastes.
Yeah.
You mean the righteous is bold?
No.
Bold as a lion?
Yeah.
Proverbs
Be not
21?
with a bold man, bold fellow.
Yeah.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah,
Ecclesiastes,
sure.
Yeah.
Ecclesiastes 8:15. And I'm saying this because, listen, bro, I lost my best friend like this.
Oh, it's an HT.
I should have been dead. I should have been dead, bro. I should have been dead. And I was a young guy coming to the truth. Like I was going to class. I was begging in class. He said, "What if the devil's black?" I can't believe that. I said, "Okay, bro." I'm begging to come to class. Just come to class at the Bible, man. I hate those guys, man. I hate those dudes.
What I say about me?
They always in the mall.
Because I was an ignorant about it.
Yeah. I hate those dudes at the mall. Okay, but they're chasing the Bible. I don't want to hear that. He died 2 weeks later, bro. Mocking the truth and mocking the brothers that were in the camp. 2 weeks later, he died out. After he made that statement out.
You got your verse?
Real quick,
What
yeah.
verse is this?
Ecclesiastes 8:15.
Ecclesiastes chapter 8 and verse 15.
Yeah.
Travel not by the way with a bold fellow.
A bold fellow is a dude that's really out the spirit, that's cocky, cocksure, and arrogant.
It takes unnecessary chances.
Unnecessary risk, because he's confident you believe him. Oh, man, we got this, man.
And I want to bring it back into the Bible realm.
Mhm.
You can't be overconfident and cocky in this realm.
Yeah.
We know, we can understand Jake in the world being overconfident and cocky is a bad thing.
Mhm.
We're talking about in this realm, you can't be overconfident either.
Yeah.
You can't be overconfident and be this bold and make moves and not think that there's real consequences behind it.
The spirit's with me. I'm driving a car. Buzz playing some loud music in the rain and dancing in the car as he's driving.
I knew that.
And he got bald tires. And he say, listen, you're driving kind of wild. It's raining. Oh, the Most High is with me.
Yeah.
Bro, I said, this is the
that's
last
what
day
people say.
I'm going to ride with you in this car, bro. This is the last day. I'm not going to die with this dude.
Yes.
Read?
Listen, I was lucky. I had to pull rank with a brother. I said, listen, I will drive. Or we're on council right here. We're going to war. I am not going to sit back and risk my life
I will walk in the rain.
from a particular city we were driving to back to San Antonio. I said,
Yeah.
no, I will drive.
Same spirit.
Why are you scared, brother?
Shit, there's a lot of reasons why I'm scared. When the car's moving on like this, and trucks are flying by, and people are moving all crazy and dozing off, no thanks, bro. No thanks.
Oh, you
brother's
just-
doing this, and it's that's it. All I need to hear is one
Yeah.
Game over. Wake up. Stop. This is it.
You're not from the hood. You don't understand.
Okay.
What does that mean, huh?
Okay.
Cause I'm not from the hood. I'm supposed to drive like this, huh? People will make stupid excuses for this.
I don't care what whip your ghost riding at. I don't give a damn about it.
I've been living like this my whole life.
Yeah.
Read the scripture, please.
Travel not by the way with a bold fellow.
A person that's arrogant, cocky, that's really not clear. You don't really have a good understanding of their works and background, and you don't have a good understanding of their decision making process. That's what you have to learn. The truth makes you operate the spirit of fear in a good way, the good fear, not the dumb fear, not the fear of not the cowardice fear, but the healthy fear, the fear that keeps your spirit in your body. That fear. Read.
Lest he become grievous unto thee.
Lest he become what?
Grievous unto thee.
And how does he become grievous unto thee? Crashing that car. Hey, we can't help it out. It was a gift. Crashing that car. Sitting here getting stung. Sitting here getting shot. Sitting here getting in a poverty situation behind a bad financial choice. Read on.
For he will do according to his own will.
Because this person's not considering the effect they have on other people. You could call us out. What can we do?
Keep going down. You let's go to your point.
I ain't no sugars tomorrow.
Yeah, right. Are you done with the verse?
I'm going to finish the
Keep
Bible.
going,
Read.
And thou shalt perish with him through his folly.
Thou shalt perish with him through his what?
Through his folly.
That means you can be a good person and die with the fool.
Mm-hmm.
And my boy, got in the car with a drunk driver, gave him a hug, good guy. He was in the military, so he knows what he's doing. Car flip. That was it. It's something simple as that.
Like I said, we're just trying to tie this thing back in to Israelite scenarios because we can conceptualize Jake making bad moves, extra bold moves, and suffering consequences. But we don't think that we're susceptible to those same concerns, and we are.
Yeah.
We have people that have dedicated themselves, these scribes dedicate themselves serving the Most High, and they still had to die a criminal's death because they didn't follow counsel. They didn't trust who the Most High chose to lead them, and they had to suffer because of it.
Yeah, I want to get a verse. Ecclesiastes 8 and 13.
Last I said crazy stuff.
No, that's fine.
It's not crazy.
I'm not going to drink all.
No. The funny part is
Ecclesiastes.
it popped up so fast.
Yeah, exactly.
The spirit's like,
Gotcha. I get it.
Ecclesiastes chapter 8 and verse 13.
Yeah, reverse 12 and 13.
Ecclesiastes chapter 8 and verse 12. Though a sinner do evil 100 times.
It says so. Or you got the situation where,
Bible. Okay.
or you got the situation where a sinner could do evil how many times?
100 times.
It says so. And so if I've done something 100 times and got away with it, what type of mentality will I start to anticipate?
Bold.
That everything's going to be okay.
Mm-hmm.
Why should I be worried? I've done this 100 times. Hey, brother, you need to stop drinking and driving. Because brothers do that in the truth.
yeah.
Hey, brother, you need to go get your license out. Get your license. Stop riding dirty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, but you may get comfortable because you do something 100 times.
Because I teach.
Or you know,
I follow the law.
The Most High he got a force field around us.
I'm telling you, bro. That's a great example.
Yeah, right. He said though a sinner do a sin 100 times, read.
And his days be prolonged.
And he's been doing it for years. I've been doing this for years, man. You listen. You just came in the truth. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a little scared. You're a little fear. You got too much fear on you. You gonna jinx me, because you're gonna make something bad happen. Because you're gonna jinx me.
You're going to jinx me.
Right?
That's a crazy point.
Yet surely I know that it shall be well with them that fear the Most High.
It says even though a person could be doing something for a very long time, and they could have confidence in it and doing foolishness, it doesn't mean that in the end it's gonna situate them well. It's gonna benefit them in the end. And so what we get cocky at is because we look at the fact of I've been doing something for a long time. I've gotten away with eating bad for a long time.
Yep.
Nothing bad is gonna happen. I've been eating like this for years. But in the end, it'll catch up. It catches up to everybody. So no matter how comfortable or confident or bold or cocky we get, because we've been doing something for a while, in the end, it's never going to suit us well.
Okay.
But jump down to the point, verse 14.
Verse 14. There is a vanity which is done upon the earth,
Go ahead.
that there be just men.
And so, does it say that the Assyrians were evil men?
No.
No. Does it say the Assyrians, in their attempt to create peace with the Greeks, was a bad thing? No. It says this is just part of the vanity that's on earth. He said there be what?
That there be just men.
Read.
Unto whom it happeneth according to the work of the wicked.
It says, and they will die. It says, just like as if they were wicked men. Did those 60 men deserve to get their body parts scattered all around Jerusalem? As if they were wicked men?
No, sir.
No. So, does bad things happen to good people?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Bad things do happen to good people as if they were wicked people.
Scripture says the rain hits the righteous and the wicked.
Yep.
It rains on both.
The just and the unjust.
Yes.
So there's bad things that happen to good people. Read on.
Again, there be wicked men.
And there's wicked men. Read on.
To whom it happeneth according to the work of the righteous.
And there's wicked men who get away with wickedness.
And they smile, and they're smiling at it.
For 100 times.
It worked out.
Or it works out. But the wicked man don't realize that just because he's getting some luck, or things are working in his favor, or that everything's okay and you're not being punished right away, a wicked person isn't supposed to get stronger and bolder in his wickedness because he's gotten away with it for so long.
Saul he reigned the same length of time as David.
Yep. He got the same amount of rulership.
That's my point.
But in the end, did it go well with Saul?
No, it did not.
And that's what we got to look at. How does it end? It don't end well with the wicked, even though they may reap the same benefits as the righteous. Or the righteous or the just may run into bad times like as if they were wicked. That's just the dice. That's just where the dice rolls upon the earth. That's part of what Solomon said is the vanity upon earth. Means good things happen to bad people and bad things happen to good people. But in this case right here, when we look at these 60 men, they weren't trying to do an evil thing by seeking peace. That's not matter of fact, the first recourse that you go to according to the law, when you read the law in Deuteronomy 20, is the law of war and rules of engagement.
Yep.
You're supposed to seek peace first before you go to war.
Mm-hmm.
So in actuality, these priests, these scribes, these leaders were trying to follow the law. But it didn't end well with them. So can we say, well, they were just evil men? They were wicked? They were out of order? Not necessarily. It doesn't mean necessarily that they were wicked or out of order. It's just that they should have let Judas do what Judas was doing best. By following Judas's judgment. Because Judas was in the spirit by defying the Greeks. By defying the wicked amongst our people. That's what the Most High was working with. Sometimes it's best to just follow. And this is when you don't know what to do in a situation, you can never go wrong being obedient.
Especially to the person that the Most High already showed. Listen, there was no doubt in anybody's mind in Jerusalem the Spirit was with Judas. There was no doubt. Why question that? Why doubt that?
Why play that game?
God,
Yep.
I see something that Jews don't see. That's what this is about.
Yeah.
It's about who we see.
because Judas is still young in the spirit.
Yeah.
That's where people start thinking, playing that game.
Yep.
He's young in the spirit. He really wasn't. You good with that?
Yep.
Let's get back on topic. Or not on topic, but on the story. Let's get back in the story. 1 Maccabees 7 and verse 16.
17, sir?
Yeah, let's get 17.
1 Maccabees chapter 7 and verse 17. The flesh of thy saints have they cast out, and their blood have they shed round about Jerusalem, and there was none to bury them. Wherefore the fear and dread of them fell upon all the people, who said, there is neither truth nor righteousness in them.
They should have known that already.
Yep.
Because Alcimus already was shown not to be that way. But now the people knew for a fact who was their enemy. Now they knew Alcimus and everybody on his side was anti the protection of the Jews. Let's continue.
For they had broken the covenant and oath that they made.
So Alcimus obviously made an oath to not touch him. They did. Now we can't trust Alcimus. Read on.
After this, removed Bacchides from Jerusalem and pitched his tent in Bezeth, where he sent and took many of the men that had forsaken him.
Okay, so what does that say? That means those people, the people that had forsaken him, were those 60 scribes. Or, to be specific, there was probably more people that left. There was probably more scribes that came out. So 60 were killed at Israel, but more additional were sent to Bezeth. Remember what Bezeth was? Bezeth was that city in Syria that Menelaus got killed at. Remember Menelaus had thrown off that 75-foot cliff?
Yeah.
And just died with a bunch of other bodies that was at the bottom of the cliff?
They said they had a tower on top of the cliff that they would throw men off of.
God.
Wow.
So what's happening is the same death that Menelaus for his 10 years of treason did, honorable scribes and Jews had to die the same death as the wicked.
Which fit the scripture we just pulled recently, the last two precepts.
God. And that's the point. So what he's saying is these guys had to die the same death. These honorable men had to die the same death that wicked men had to die. So you might have had 60 men that died in Jerusalem and their bodies were left out in the ground, but the others were sent and transported to Syria and just given their executions up there.
Yep.
Read on. What verse are we at?
This verse 19.
Okay.
First Maccabees chapter 7 and verse 19. After this, removed Bacchides from Jerusalem and pitched his tent in Bezeth, where he sent and took many of the men that had forsaken him, and certain of the people also. And when he had slain them, he cast them into the great pit.
So that pit was just an open air pit where all type of scavengers were just eating away and picking away at bodies. Read on.
Then committed he the country to Alcimus, and left with him a power to aid him. So Bacchides went to the king.
So what ended up happening is Bacchides went back home to Antiochia. He left an installment of military men with Alcimus into Jerusalem. So Alcimus furthered his power in Jerusalem. It's still letting you know there was still a faction of Jews that accepted Alcimus in the region.
No different than Tobiah, right? That same dynamic and theme was there when we were trying to rebuild the walls of Israel. And that guy Tobiah he wanted to be inside.
Yeah, but this is more by force. Alcimus was placed in there with a military backing. And because we just read, the whole city knew Alcimus was against him. Alcimus still got in there with military backing and created discomforts in the city with Alcimus' leadership. Read on.
But Alcimus contended for the high priesthood, and unto him resorted all such as got in the land of Judah into their power. Did much.
So when it says Alcimus contended for the high priesthood, what is that saying? He kept fighting for more power. Once he came in there with that military backing, he wanted the top spot in Jerusalem, and he was going to do it by force. Because obviously, when they saw Alcimus do the dirty stuff he was doing, you don't think there was blowback and resistance in the city? There was definite resistance in the city, but now Alcimus had military backing with him. So now he's going to sit back here and flex his power and control inside of Jerusalem. Read verse 22 again.
Verse 22. And unto him resorted all such as troubled the people.
Meaning he did whatever tactic he could to solidify his position in the city. He did everything he could to resort to getting the people to accept him and accept the changes that were coming with his regime. Read on.
who, after they had gotten the land of Judah into their power, did much hurt in Israel.
He said they sat back here in order to get the regime to give in to him. He had to operate with force. He had to operate with force to get a stranglehold inside of Jerusalem. Because the people already saw Alcimus was not for them. So he just went into tactics to go enforce his position by any means necessary. And that's violence.
Become a tyrant.
He became a tyrant. That's the only way you can sit back and play it. So now it was war inside Jerusalem. And if it's war, the scriptures might not give you all the details. He's killing people. He's torturing people. He's wiping people off the map that are going against the direction he's taking.
Well, the cat's out the bag now.
Exactly.
So there's no need to try to play the diplomat.
I don't got to play diplomat. I'm a boss, and I got military. I got a military to be a boss.
Yep.
I'm Benito Mussolini now.
Yeah.
I'm a dictator. And I'm going to sit back here and push my way, and that's all it's going to be. But hold this and go to Jeremiah chapter 5, verse 28. Matter of fact, no. Did we finish verse 23 yet? No. Read verse 23 first, then we'll go to Jeremiah 5 and 28.
First Maccabees chapter 7 and verse 23. Now when Judah saw all the mischief that Alcimus and his company had done among the Israelites.
So when he says mischief, it's evil and wickedness. So he says Judas is seeing all the mischief happening. What does that mean? He's not in the city. Judas got the hell out of there. Yep. Judas got out, and he's recognizing all the chaos that's happening in the city. All the killing, all the power plays, all the leverage that's being imposed in the city. Read on.
Even above the heathen.
Listen, he said Alcimus was worse to the Jews than the heathen was to the Jews. Alcimus treated his people worse than the white man treated his people.
That's common.
That's Menelaus. That's all this stuff.
Black cop theory.
And once again, this is proof. This is proof or example why the Most High sent Esau to sit back and put us in subjection. We were worse to our people than them.
Somebody wants to hear that.
The Bible said it. This is a war's opinion. This isn't a war's opinion. What this ties into is Jeremiah chapter 5, verse 28.
The sellouts of our people are more callous.
Are more hateful. The sellouts and the traitors of our nation are worse on our people than our enemies, than our real enemies. And that doesn't feel good. But just because it doesn't feel good doesn't mean it's not true. And that's unfortunate too. Jeremiah 5, verse 28.
Jeremiah chapter 5 and verse 28. They are waxen fat, they shine.
Talking about the wicked. The wicked wax fat and shine. But this is how things happen in life. If one group of people are going to keep waxing fat, another group of people or class of people has to sit back and continue to diminish. In order for one group to really come on top, you have to give up your bowels and your strength and your morality and your consideration for you to keep coming up.
Yeah.
That's what Ecclesiastes chapter 12 talks about. So for them to wax fat and shine, the people have to suffer.
Yeah.
Read on.
Yea, they overpass the deeds of the wicked.
Listen, we read it in Jeremiah. The elites did worse to the people than the wicked would do to the people. We read it here. We read it in 1 Maccabees chapter 7, verse 23. Our people treated our nation with more hatred and more cruelty than the nations did.
This is not a rare occurrence or an exceptional event.
This is not just a one-time thing and a one-time leader. Listen, Alcimus' predecessor, Menelaus, was just as bad. Jason was bad too. All three of these guys showed immense hatred for our people. The princes of Judah showed immense hatred for our people. This is a process that continues to trickle down generation to generation. Read on.
They judge not the cause.
And the reason that they show less love towards our people than the nations, because they know the law. They know right from wrong. And they still choose to have Israel suffer. A judgment is not established and pushed. Read on.
They judge not the cause of the fatherless, yet they prosper.
Because you can't prosper and live your life and be there for your people. It's very difficult. It's very difficult for the individual to come up and live the life they want to live and simultaneously make sure you take 3 steps back to make sure the people are good to go. How can you keep accumulating wealth when you got to keep splitting up the wealth to the fatherless, to the poor?
Because there's needs. There's so many needs around you that have to be filled that you can't accumulate wealth to yourself, because the needs will require you to disseminate and split that wealth up.
That is the nature of life. Just like we want to in life, where good is, evil is present. You know, I'm gonna say from my experience, when you want to come up, somebody else needs something that's gonna kill your come up.
Yep.
How about that? That's a law of life too.
Yep.
Paul didn't say that. That's what Ward said that. When you're trying to sit back here and come up and do for you, there's always an Israelite that needs
Well, Paul,
to neutralize that come
Paul
up.
did say that in 2 Corinthians chapter 8 when he says that your abundance may be a supply for their want, and their abundance will be a supply for your want. He says so that none lack it. He says so everybody has the same amount. He said there's an equality,
But it's as a choice. He worded it like a choice position. Like that's how it should be.
yes,
He worded it in like that because that's how we're supposed to live.
because that's how a church is supposed to operate.
Yes. That's how serving Christ is supposed to be. And that need always keeps the individual that wants to push. It keeps him down to remind himself it's not about his individual push. The push has got to be distributed to the body. But if the distribution is proper, there's not going to be 1 or 2 guys that are going to really come up. And that's when the Most High creates a checks and balances amongst the body.
And that's why he said, he that have much have nothing over.
Exactly.
That means there is no extra. It says, but he that hath a lack, it says, he that had, or he that lacketh have no lack. So that means that everybody has the same equal amount. Nobody has extra, and nobody is living below the poverty level. Everybody's living on the same scale and spectrum.
But with that dynamic, the person that is the quote-unquote more educated and in a higher position is telling himself, why do I have to get what everybody else is getting when I'm quote-unquote have these abilities and I could do more?
Or I'm pushing myself harder than everybody else.
That's the point. Whether it's real or unreal, that's the thinking. Why should I have to take multiple steps back for these people that are bringing me down? And that's the justification to keep living the life you want to live.
Well,
and that ties into Wisdom of Solomon chapter 2, where it says, listen, we only got so much time on earth.
Right.
Why am I going to sit back here and waste my time taking 5 steps back for the rest of my life when I could go get it and live my life and not worry about this afterlife thing?
Yep.
That was the root behind it. It's that dynamic that, doing good doesn't profit me now. Making sure the body is covered doesn't give me a physical benefit now. That's what eats at people right now.
And the only way to wash your mind from that reality, you have to be around people that have it like you have it.
God.
So people that are
we
callous,
all drinking champagne.
Yeah, we all callous, but we're all callous to the needs of the people around us.
I know everybody's drinking like this.
Pinkies up. Yeah.
Living their life. And everybody does it. So I don't got to think about what's happening out there in the streets. And that's how you ease the guilt.
Yeah, you ease the guilt, and once or twice a year, you show up and shake hands at the community charity
center.
Yeah, especially when you're running for some type of political office.
Yes.
Or you're trying to get some brownie points.
Mm-hmm.
So you shake hands, kiss babies, and you do the thing that people need to see you do. You cut ribbons for the new basketball court you put up. You do the ribbon cutting ceremony.
Everybody loves that.
Everybody loves the ribbon. Everybody's out with the new basketball court that you built.
Yeah.
But you're not living with these people.
If you look at the map, the majority of the fighting and the infighting was done up north. That Citadel, Accra, was where all the money was being made. Was where Menelaus was living. Was where the elites were living. and the slums was in the south.
So
you think they was sitting back here slumming it down south in the hotels?
So even in Jerusalem, it was built on this not even say I don't want to say racist, but more classist.
Of course, this was class. It's been classism because the elites were always up north. Up north, the wind was cool. It was always cooler up north.
The breeze.
You ever been in the hood? It's always hot as hell in the hood. You go to east side neighborhood, it's always breezy. I mean, me being from Cali, I was in the hood. It's like it's hot as hell out here. Even you can have palm trees. It don't matter. In the hood, it's still hot. You go to Manhattan Beach, like it feels great out. It's like 8 degrees cooler. It's windy out. People are sitting back here skateboarding and roller blade knot. Like, this feels so much better over here. Why is that?
Things are just lighter here.
Why is this?
People are happy.
And I was a kid and noticed that. Why does it feel so good on this side of town? Why does the pizza taste better over here? I don't understand.
Because your parks had drugs in it. Yeah, that's why. Your parks had
broken glass.
Yeah, everywhere. Yeah.
Yes.
And
these are real statements.
Homeless was on the benches.
Yes.
Their parks had dogs running around,
Yes, they throwing frisbees.
Run around, get around.
And just, don't you know better? Don't you Why do you feel so good over here? What's going on here? Everyone's having fun. There's no stress.
Nobody said, you want to see a dead body? Nobody's talking about that.
Nobody's saying anything like that. But this is what's happening in Jerusalem. You think the elites gave a damn about the people out in the bottom? Or you think they care about the farmers outside of Jerusalem who are struggling?
Nope. That's their life. They chose their life.
Brother, that's my point. And that's what was eating in the core of the nation. So Alchemist didn't care about nothing else but what he had going on and his small faction, his quote-unquote friends he had left. So this is where the oppression grew. And how can you sit back here and just watch your nation suffer, knowing they're suffering as you come up? Anyway, and it says, the right of the needy do they not judge. They don't care about the needy, so they're not going to judge their needs right. Because if you hear what the needy is talking about, 9 times out of 10, you got to come up with what you got to assist these needy people.
That's the real answer. That's why there's a little distance going on.
I know. I don't want to hear their problems. Listen, out of sight, out of what?
Out of mind.
There you go. Let Jeremiah 5:28 go. And let's go back to 1 Maccabees 7, verse 23 again.
1 Maccabees chapter 7 and verse 23.
Verse 20, you want 29?
We can.
I don't. Yeah,
I might have jumped it quick. Read 29. Yeah. Read it.
Jeremiah chapter 5 and verse 29. Jeremiah chapter 5 and verse 29. Shall I not visit for these things, saith the Lord? Shall not my soul be avenged on such a nation as this?
Moses, don't you think the Most High sees the wrongdoing that the princes and leadership was doing? But check this out. Read on. I'm glad you told me to keep going. Read on.
Verse 30. A wonderful and horrible thing is committed in the land.
From verse 24, 25 down explains how the princes and the kings were taking advantage of the people. Now we're going to read an addition to this. Read verse 31.
Verse 31. The prophets prophesy falsely, and the priests bear rule by their means.
So not only was the not only was the political leadership taking advantage of the people, you had the priest and the spiritual leadership was using them and taking advantage of them too. Because you know why? The princes and the priests were all in cahoots together.
And they established some premise.
Well, we're gonna both oppress them. Because what happens to the poor? When the poor continues to be poor and degraded, they cleave more to what? Religion.
That's about nature.
They cleave to religion. They cleave to the Most High because that's all they got when they have nothing else to sustain them. But if you're sitting back here and controlling both factions, the king and the priestly zone, now you control both zones. So now the priest are sitting back here and working their mind to get them to accept their conditions.
Can I put one scripture
Mhm.
in this point? James 2 and 5, real fast, just to ride this point, strengthen this point. James 2 and 5.
James 2 and 5.
Ready?
Yep.
Sir.
James chapter 2 and verse 5.
Concerning the have-nots. Read.
James chapter 2 and verse 5. Hearken, my beloved brethren, had not the Most High chosen the poor of this world rich in faith?
That's why there's a stronger connection to spiritual ethics or some type of religious zeal when you're in a more impoverished condition. Because the Most High has chosen those particular spirits based off their scenario to cleave stronger to those spiritual principles of faith and belief and trusting in God.
God. But the
That's just
problem
the
is
dynamic.
this,
That's a world dynamic.
and with that being the case, the priests use that to their advantage, to just push them back into accepting their conditions. What the Most High was saying was so horrible was that the princes and the priests were in cahoots with each other, taking advantage of the people.
They're commodifying.
They were being screwed on both sides.
Yeah.
This is what ended up happening down even during the medieval times. Now, medieval times, it was more of a Christ-based structure of government.
Yeah.
But one of the keys to ruler, the kings had to be lockstep with the Catholic priest in order to maintain the control of the people. They had to operate as a unit. And when the authority of the king connected with the church, then all of a sudden they were one. They were one. So you couldn't get past the king by going to the church and vice versa. That unity kept everybody together and strong. This is why when that new age kicked in, as the monarchies and the priests were starting to dissipate, the powers that be, the first thing they did in the late 1700s to the 1800s, they really flooded Europe with the philosophy that you don't need religion. If you sit back and historically look at the late 1700s to the 1800s, they pushed the philosophical presence that you don't need church dogma. You can find your light and you can find the good in you without the need of the church and the Most High. If you see how Esau systematically broke down the monarchy kingship scenario, they broke down the church first.
They want a secular world.
Then you had philosophy really came in strong, and it was replaced with political parties. Political parties really became the religion of the people.
Yeah.
Politics, philosophy became the religion.
Yep.
Once philosophy dominated by the time you got to the late 1800s, philosophy had dominated and surpassed religion. Once religion was ruled and taken out the picture, then you had what? World War I. World War I kicked in, then you eliminated all of the remaining monarchies that stood tall. But before the monarchies could stand tall, you had to destroy religion. You destroy religion, bring philosophy in. Now the monarchies weren't strong anymore. They were hanging on by a thread.
Now you're listening to Carl Jung.
Yep.
Karl Marx.
And
then you had your Communist Manifesto kicks in and all these socialist programs. It was allowed to flood Europe.
Then you got Darwinism as a religion.
Yes.
You know, this the Big Bang Theory. It's not that God created the earth and mankind anymore.
All that happened in the 1800s. And it was strategic. Because that was pushed into earth to take out the need of religion in society. Once religion broke, then the kings and the monarchies were exposed to political movements upending the monarchies. So they didn't care how far communism spread. They actually allowed fascism to stay in the middle of Europe, to be a buffer zone to communism. Then you still had Christianity, but Christianity really wasn't a thing. It was political parties in France and in Britain and all those places. Really, politics ruled was the religion over there. Then you had your fascist, socialist government. Then you had communism. It was no longer about religion. Religion was weakened. Once religion was weakened, then you sat back and started chipping away at all the monarchies. And monarchies were replaced with governments. And banks. To be specific, it was banks. But the banks controlled the governments that were residing in those countries. But this was a systematic breakdown from the monarchy and the religious rule that was established back in the Dark Ages.
And you leave the people with capitalism.
And the religion of capitalism, the religion of political parties, to replace what was established in the past. What we're explaining in Jeremiah was the fact that back in those days, all the way through the Dark Ages, particularly, well, I'm going to say this, time of Jeremiah, then it kind of skipped a generation with Rome, then it went back up to this monarchy and religious system that connected and galvanized everybody. But just like what happened in Jerusalem, happened in the Dark Ages, there was a corruption between the kings, monarchies, and the priesthood. And when they were walking lockstep together, there was a manipulation of the people, financially and spiritually. And this is what the Most High was so upset about with Israel back in these times.
Or they were both a system of each other.
Good.
No different than the king of Spain and Isabella sending friars over here to the Americas first to indoctrinate. Well, not just friars, but conquistadors first.
Yep.
Military soldiers first in metal helmets.
But they were still religiously backed. Those conquistadors were like...
Right. They came to terrorize, set in order, and to take. And then after they take and subjugate and kill off, then come the friars giving them the new Catholic religion.
Yep.
And then now you make
then they're going to burn you if you don't lock in.
Yeah, then you got the women and children serving a white Jesus,
Yep.
Caesar Borgia.
Yep.
So they were unified in the oppression of the people.
You know what they were saying? They were saying these Native Americans and these so-called Hispanics and these people in South America, they deserved all the thing they was going through because they didn't serve the Most High.
Yeah.
That was their basis behind the taking advantage of all these Native people. They don't serve the Most High, so they deserve death. They deserve to be manipulated and exploited and to work in these mines and die in these mines because they don't believe in the Most High anyway. We're going to exploit them.
In one book, they talk about how Cortez had, since he had that El Capitan metal helmet, conquistador helmet.
Yeah.
He told the natives. He said, wherever you got this gold from, because when they would meet him with little pebbles of gold and jewels. He said, where you get this gold from, here, take my helmet, and I want you to fill my helmet with gold. And so the people went away, the natives went away, and they filled it with gold and brought gold back to him with a helmet full. And that's when he knew, man, this place is rich. This place is wealthy.
Yep.
He had a helmet full of gold, that conquistador helmet. And then he burnt his ships and said, we stand. We're not going nowhere.
Now we have a justification to exploit them.
Yeah, now we're not leaving.
Yep.
And he didn't allow his men to defect. But they go hand in hand as far as oppression go. They're both systems of each other.
And that's the point. Listen, there's monarchy oppression, and then their religion was used to soften the blow of the oppression by the monarchy. And this is why the Most High was so upset in verse 30. Read verse 30 again. Jeremiah 5 and 30.
Jeremiah chapter 5 and verse 30. A wonderful and horrible thing is committed in the land.
He's like, it's wonderful and horrible because they're all locked in together. The monarchy is being wicked, and the priests are being wicked. Read on.
The prophets prophesy falsely.
And the prophets are locked in with the priest. So they're going to give false messages to the people. Everybody is connected. And the people are being hoodwinked. Read on.
And the priests bear rule by their means.
Because they're bearing rule to justify their position and to get their piece of the pie. Because the Levites were getting paid, and the priests and the monarchy was cutting them with a piece of the pie. Everybody was making money but the people. Read on.
And my people love to have it so.
And the sad thing is our people didn't take this bad deal and say, man, we got to get connected back to the Most High, unify, get connected back to the Most High, and get through this. We finally gave in to their whims. And the people accept.
People want karma for you.
Con.
And this is no different than when a politician wants votes. They go to the community leaders and the priests and the church pastors,
Yep.
and the presbytery of the community.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is why they go. We need all the church leaders of this community to come and sit down at this city hall forum and say, this is why we need your votes.
And we're going to take care of you. If you let us in, we will take care of you. So that's the deal. We pay you. I can pay 1 or 2 guys. You deal with the rest of this crap. We'll just cover the top guys. We don't got to pay all these people. It's cheaper to buy one guy off.
Couple guys, yeah.
Couple guys are cheaper to do that. Then take care of the whole nation. This is the hustle. This hustle has been going on and perpetuated through us first. Then the rest of the nation's picked up on it.
They call it community activism.
Yeah, right. That's a nice word of saying community hustle.
Yeah.
But let's get back to 1 Maccabees 7. We got to find a good closing point because we're only having so much time today. Where are we at? Verse 27, right?
Verse 24.
Okay, verse 24. Yeah, that's fine.
1 Maccabees chapter 7 and verse 24.
Okay, now we're here. Judas sees that the people are being taken advantage of in Jerusalem, and that faction of pro-Greek Jews are taking advantage of people everywhere. It's not just in Jerusalem. They're gaining leverage again. Read on.
1 Maccabees chapter 7 and verse 24. He went out into all the coasts of Judea round about, and took vengeance of them that had revolted from him.
So what he's saying is, okay, we're already seeing that Alcimus and his faction are gaining stronger and gaining more leverage, not just in Jerusalem, but all around the city. So what Judah's got to do, let me sit back here and surround Alcimus with no more help. I'm going to kill all these outside guys. Why does he got to go outside first? Because Alcimus was already strong in Acra again. He had reestablished himself in the city. So strategically, let's wipe out these surrounding cities. And let's wipe out these factions that are against serving the Most High and pro-Greek. So let's wipe out these factions first. Read on.
So that they durst no more go forth into the country.
I'm going to say that this is a very mentally taxing battle. It's this constant war. Just when you think you give a little bit of leverage for righteousness' sake, these guys come back and hit hard. So now Judas and them got to go fight again and attack all of these pro-Greek guys around Jerusalem like they did in 1 Maccabees chapter 2, 3, and 4. Read on. It's like they're starting over again.
Yeah.
It's like the scripture says when the unclean spirit go out of a man, he go get 7 more to come back in. It's like they piggyback off each other.
Done. And it's constant fighting. It's constant fighting. But let's continue.
Verse 25. On the other side, when Alcimus saw that Judas and his company had gotten the upper hand.
So once again, now Alcimus is like, damn, these guys is winning again. There's this constant war, right? Now Alcimus got to make another move to counteract Judas's victories against these Jews all around the area. Against these rebel Jews, renegade Jews around Jerusalem. Read on.
And knew that he was not able to abide their force. He went again to the king and said all the worst of them that he could.
These guys, this dude is horrible at. So he's losing again, at least the outer reach of his realm. He's losing power, and he couldn't beat them militarily. So now you got to go back to Bacchides again and Demetrius again and beg for more soldiers for a larger battle to pull himself out of this jacked up situation. It's like, how long can Judas and them keep fighting?
Keep this pace going.
How long can you keep fighting from one rebel Jew to another rebel Jew? One king and his army to another king and his army. It's constant. But it's very important to explain this because this is the battle that it takes to set up a standard in your life and in your home. There's constant opposition. It's constant opposition that pops in from one person to another person, from one circumstance to another circumstance. And that's what the scripture says, be not what? Weary in well-doing. And that affects each and every one of us because we do get tired of resetting the standard, resetting the tone, resetting the temple, reteaching, recounseling, redunging, reteaching, recounseling.
Or reestablishing discipline or routine.
Reestablishing discipline and routine, because you tell yourself, I've already taught this, I've already counseled this, I've already done this before.
I've already said this.
You know what? You did. And how about the Most High is like, you got to do it again. Don't you think Judas is saying the same thing? We already killed these suckers, huh? They're like cockroaches.
Yeah.
These sellout Greeks is like cockroaches. They kept coming out of the damn walls, causing us problems. The easy answer would to do what? Is quit and stay in the hills. Isn't that what we want to do?
Yep.
Just blow it up and say, forget it, man. I tried.
I tried to do what's right.
You know, there's no benefit in this. Judas, but you know what? Judas like, if I quit and I go to the mountains, this whole thing falls apart. This whole thing falls apart, and all these guys are gonna be wearing is skinny jeans and shorts, and pink and these weird colors out.
And they're going to change their names to Greek names.
Khan. If we don't keep fighting.
And they're going to wear togas and shimations.
Yes.
And the crazy thing, the Most High is like, he sat back here and chose certain men to always be in a fighting mode. There's certain seasons, there's certain generations that have to always be in a fighting spirit. Do you think Judas really had time to relax and enjoy himself? He didn't. No. You don't read about Judas and his family.
No.
And his kids and his wife.
You don't read really much about him on a personal level.
Huh. I can't speak for if he had family, but you know what? He didn't have no time. His time was relegated having to always be in war mode. Fighting for the body. It's just important to understand, because in order to maintain anything that you build, you have to be in this mindset. Now, Esau, we read earlier in Revelation 6, they're always looking to control everything on their periphery. They're trying to control both sides of the scenario. But our battle is constant too in a different way. We're fighting to at least keep the standard of the example we're trying to set. We have to fight to maintain that in our homes and in our lives and in our school. That fight is forever. To keep the standard, to keep the intensity, to keep that mindset of being selfless first. It always has to be reinstituted, retaught, re-reminded, because there's always that part of us and the people that we're responsible for to go for us and do us, to choose our life, to choose the selfish and the easy path. That's always around you. So we're going to war with comfort. We're going to war with that effeminate nature where we want to sit back and take it easy and just rest in our laurels.
You know,
that's what we're always going to war with.
Philo always talks about pleasure being one of the greatest evils.
Yes.
Because it's always wanting more. You always want more pleasure.
I need that too, because I got something cooking. I need.
I gotta find it, bro.
Please do. Please, I need that. I need it bad, because that's coming up, and that's really important for me. But keep going. I'm sorry. It hit me when you said I need that.
I'm just gonna write it down.
Super important.
Go get it.
Mm-hmm. Keep talking. I gotta get this.
Okay. So in that point, read that again, Juan.
First Maccabees chapter 7 verse 26. 25.
Yeah. 25.
First Maccabees chapter 7 and verse 25. On the other side, when Alcimus saw that Judas and his company had gotten the upper hand, and knew that he was not able to abide their force, he went again to the king, and said all the worst of them that he could. Then the king sent Nicanor, one of his honorable princes, a man that bare deadly hate unto Israel, with commandment to destroy the people.
It's something the war said that is when he said that fight is forever. I think that's a very important point to harp on, is the fact that you can never get so comfortable. The day that you decide to get comfortable is the day that you go downhill. Yeah. And I think anybody that doesn't understand this is preparing themselves for a letdown and a fall.
If you're not growing, you're dying.
Yeah, and that's not including just maintaining.
Yeah.
Because even the maintenance of daily habits and daily necessities is hard enough. Keeping the kitchen clean, How much do you go to war keeping the kitchen clean? How much battle is it to keep a clean kitchen? It's a fight just to keep clean clothes. It's a battle just to keep a clean house, or to keep a clean car, or to keep a clean body. How hard is it just to sustain a healthy body and not? It's almost like the minute you take your foot off the gas.
Yep.
Obesity is always waiting in the cut.
Yeah.
It don't take long.
It's always diabetes is always waiting in the cut. Obesity is always waiting in the cut. Filthiness and dirtiness is always waiting in the cut.
Yep.
Poverty and the day you stop being financially disciplined and economically disciplined, poverty and the lights being cut off is always waiting in the cut.
Right.
It's almost like you have to fight not only to maintain, and you have to embrace that everyday fight, but also you got to fight not just to maintain, but to get ahead. Getting ahead, it requires even a double fight, a triple fight to get ahead, more than just sustaining every single day. And I think that the acceptance of that, like a war said, that fight is forever. To accept the fact that that fight is forever is very important to settle a person's mind and not letting the person's mind allow anxiety to destroy them in their everyday life. Because in Ecclesiastes, get this down, woman, if you can, Ecclesiastes chapter 33 in the Apocrypha, verse 14. Ecclesiastes give me verse 13 and 14.
Ecclesiastes chapter 33 and verse 14. Good is sent against evil.
Yeah, verse 13. 13 first.
Ecclesiastes chapter 33 and verse 13. As the clay is in the potter's hand.
It says, obviously, we're the clay and the potter is the Most High. He's the one making the clay and fashioning the clay. He's the one who has control. Read on.
To fashion it at his pleasure.
Then the Most High creates us at his pleasure. Read on.
So man is in the hand of him that made him.
And we're in the hand of the Most High. Read on.
To render to them as liketh him best.
And the Most High said, I'm going to give you what I want you to have, what I think you need in your life. And it's my appointment that you have what you have in your life. Read on.
Good is set against evil.
And you know what the Most High decided that's good for us in life? What did the Most High decide as the potter and we're the clay that we need in our life?
Yep.
He said good is what?
Set against evil.
So if the Most High wanted, could he have taken away the evil out of our lives if he wanted to?
Yeah.
If he saw fit that it be necessary, that there be no evil around us, or we have to fight on a daily basis. So the Most High said he's doing what he finds best suited for us. And what the Most High finds best suited for us is that the Most High gives you good, and he also gives you what?
Evil.
So they both go hand in hand, but who do they come from?
Most High.
They both come from the Most High. Read on.
Can I say something real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Just on that point. He's just letting us know that influence is always going to be pressing on us. It's always going to, I know you said it, but it's like there's no getting around that fight. And most of us can't accept, why do I always have to be in this fighting mode? Why can't I just take a break and enjoy what's in front of me? And you can't necessarily do that and stay in a fighting spirit. Yes, he'll give you a chance to sit back and take a deep breath and maybe enjoy the works of your hands, because that's what Solomon said. But if you sit back and enjoy it too long, you're going to crave it. Do we have enough presence of mind to be conscious of the thought that, hey, I got to keep pushing. I have to keep staying on top of myself and everybody that I'm responsible for. Because if you don't stay on top of yourself, how else can you sit back here? Are you going to give your children and the people around you anything to feed off of? We think we can control a situation with our words. Our best bet of strengthening the people around us is by maintaining an example that's tireless. You don't think Judas is sitting back here like, I got to start. I'm starting over again. I'm back on the road on a run. Back in the mountains, running and sitting back here and doing missions where I'm just taking out certain people and going back on the road. This is what Judas is doing. He was in Jerusalem for a long period of time. Now he's back in the mountains again. He's a mountain man. How does that make a person feel psychologically? then there's no comfort. There's no break.
Can't get ahead.
You were in Jerusalem. Now you're not in Jerusalem. Now you're out here sitting back here being that vagabond again. Starting from scratch. And a lot of us can't take that feeling of your back is always against the wall. A lot of us can't handle it because it's stressful. There's a tension there. But we have to accept that was the battle the Most High chose for us to face. Is to be in that constant state of discomfort. There was a reason. The Most High's mighty men, David's mighty men, what were they known for? They were always chafed in the mind. To be chafed in the mind means they were always in that aggravated state of mind. And that aggravated state of mind gave them their spiritual edge. But are we fighting and trying to stay chafed in Christ? To be chafed in our works? Because that's what it's going to take to overcome what the scripture says, everything is good versus evil. Because I guess we take for granted the idea that evil is always pushing back and hitting hard. Look at what Alcimus is doing, huh? Every time good makes a good decision in a good, strong position, evil is coming right behind it with an equally or even stronger opposing attack to weaken you. We're talking about this in the literal physical. Alcimus and his men, he keeps pulling different regimented men to attack against the good of Judas's men. But what about in the spiritual realm? It's the same thing. For whatever strong move you make in the spirit, there is a strong, equal negative resistance that attacks you to try to slow you down.
Facts.
Have you not faced this in your life? Whatever good step and good intention move you make, there's a retaliation on the other side that makes you ask yourself, damn, can I keep this up? I did a good move in here. I disciplined myself here, but now this is coming to me. Then what good is doing good? Isn't that the thought we have? What's the benefit of doing righteousness if when I take a good step here, there's evil waiting for me, smacking me in the mouth? That is extremely discouraging.
If it's not one thing, it's another.
But you have to have the presence of mind through reading the scriptures and processing your own life that this is a necessity. And this is par for the what?
Course.
For the course. When you take these strong moves forward, you're gonna get reciprocated a lot of evil. And that has to be the case to keep you in that fighting spirit. I'm sorry, Shams. I just want to, because then you're going to go into the good versus evil, and then it goes into other dimensions, the godly versus the ungodly. But keep going in your verse, man.
Read that.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 33 and verse 14. Good is set against evil, and life against death. So is the godly against the sinner, and the sinner against the godly.
Go ahead.
So look upon all the works of the Most High.
Go ahead.
And there are two and two, one against another.
But who set this up?
The Most High.
Because he's the potter and we're the clay.
Yep.
The Most High established it where you have to go through fight and battles in order to sustain yourself, because opposition is always waiting on the other hand to take you back, to make you regress, or to make you quit. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah.
You know that there's always something standing in opposition to your forward progress. There's always a reason or an excuse to say you should give up or quit. Or why does life have to be this difficult? Why does life have to be this hard, where I have to suffer so much by maintaining? Why does my everyday maintenance got to be so difficult? Why does life have to be such a struggle? If you ask yourself these questions, the answer is because the Most High made it this way. Because you can't get too comfortable. Go, and to prove this, go to Ecclesiastes, in the Bible, chapter 7, and read verse 14.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7 and verse 14. In the day of prosperity, In the day of prosperity, be joyful. But in the day of adversity, consider.
He says, so what the Most High wants you to learn, what the Most High wants from us is just to learn how to be flexible. So that means that in order to sustain myself in life, I have to take the bad with the good. And I have to take the good with the bad. That means I can't let too many bad days take away my positive outlook from the good that's around me. So I can't let even the stress of sustaining everything take away the good. Read it again.
Verse 14. In the day of prosperity, be joyful. But in the day of adversity, consider.
It says, but in the day when things are hard, you have to think about it. Is the hard days permanent? Is bad days permanent? Is it going to be like this forever? Is it going to be forever? Is the Most High making my life in the daily necessity to sustain and work? And I got to work so many jobs, and I got to work so hard. Is this forever? Read.
The Most High also has set the one over against the other.
So the Most High put one spirit over another, meaning you have to stay fighting. Good and evil are set at each other, and both are always trying to have the advantage. Evil is trying to have the advantage over good, and good is trying to have the advantage over evil. They're always jockeying for power. They're always quitting, and continuing is always an option that goes through our mind. Some days we want to push forward, but some days we want to quit. Some days we want to stay and fight it out. And some days we say, man, this is too much. Some days are hard, and some days are not hard. Some days are wonderful. But there's a lot of people that just can't get through and over the bad days.
Yep.
And they look at the bad days as being a permanent situation.
Yes.
And these are people who fight depression.
Yep.
And these are people who fight anxiety. And these are people who suffer mentally. And these are people who quit. Because they can't see the good, which is actually around the corner.
Yep.
They can't see the positive. They focus too much on the negative. And this is why he says, one point. Verse 16.
Verse 16. Be not righteous over much.
Go ahead.
Neither make thyself over wise.
It says, and if you try to think about this too much versus just being flexible, what will happen? Read.
Why shouldest thou destroy thyself?
What happens when you start asking yourself too many questions?
Too many whys.
Too many whys. What do you do when you ask yourself, why does it have to be this way? What are you going to do? Read that part again, Taiwan.
Why shouldest thou destroy thyself?
What are you going to do by asking yourself, why does it have to be this way?
Paralysis by analysis.
Yes, you're going to destroy yourself. You're going to destroy yourself asking, why do I have to work so hard just to sustain everyday responsibilities? Or to put up with these people? Why do I got to suffer these people? Why do I got to work this job that I have? Why do I got to keep my house clean? Why am I always suffering under the gun of poverty? Why is poverty stricken? Or why am I stressed by bad news? Why am I always got to get bad news? He said, if you start asking yourself too many questions, all you're going to do is destroy yourself.
Yep.
Because what the Most High wants you to do is to learn how to be flexible. Take the bad with the good, because he gave us both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
People that can't take the bad and good, they go crazy.
Yep.
They drive themselves up the wall. Because they don't realize that that's what the Most High has gifted us in this life, is both the bad and the good. He is the potter, we're the clay. And if he saw fit to give us both, then we have to take both. Now you can't be tripping when things ain't going in your favor. You can't be acting a fool because people piss you off. Or you can't be mad because you got to clean your house. Or you can't be mad because you got to go to work. Why did God make it this way?
Or one person you might perceive as it easier than you.
Yeah. You go crazy.
You go crazy. Huh?
Let that go in Ecclesiastes.
I just want to say on the verse 14 about considering, we just don't, when we're suffering, we don't consider the right things.
No.
And the simplicity that you were talking about is so important. You know, the simplicity is, what's the Most High teaching me? What do I have to learn? What is this adversity revealing about my character? What is this adversity revealing about something I need to work on spiritually? If you take it beyond that, you will go crazy. Because everything besides that is a desire to control and quantify why you're suffering. When you start going into why you're suffering, then you start sitting back here saying, well, this person is doing less than me for the Most High, and they're not suffering like I'm suffering. And you go down that rabbit hole, you're done.
Your goose is cooked now.
Why is this person favored over me? What did they do that was so right than what I didn't do? See how that thinking is crippling and destructive?
Yeah.
I didn't do anything wrong to deserve this. The only thing you can stay in its simplicity is, what's the Most High teach me about me? What do I have to work on to give the Most High more? So I can show whether things are in my benefit or not, I still love Him. And the Most High is still the apple of my eye. Because that's our responsibility. Whether things are going good for us or not, the Most High is the apple of our eye, the center of our focus and purpose.
Yep. And read verse 15.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 15. All things have I seen in the days of my vanity.
And if you ask these too many questions, read on.
There is a just man that perisheth in his righteousness.
Damn, that man was a good man, and he died trying to be right.
Yeah.
Read on.
And there is a wicked man that prolongeth his life in his wickedness.
And this guy's doing wicked, ain't nothing happening to him. Yeah. So what will you say, what will you conclude when you start thinking about this?
Well, what was talked about in Ezekiel, the Most High is not equal.
Exactly. The Most High is not fair.
Mm-hmm.
When you start looking at the outcomes of people's lives,
yep,
or the conditions and the scenarios, you start judging the scenarios, and you start to say, man, that man didn't deserve that.
Yep.
Why did that happen to that man? Or this man is doing this and ain't nothing happening to him at all.
Yep.
Then all you're going to start doing is questioning the Lord's equality.
And then when you start saying that, then the Most High's response to you is, your ways aren't equal.
Yeah.
Because it's almost like this. When we start thinking this way, you're now asking the Most High to give a deeper glance into what you're not doing right. Think about what Ezekiel said. He says, when Israel starts complaining about how the Most High's ways are not equal, the Most High's retort is, your ways aren't equal. This started with just me trying to work on your spirit, working on your discipline or your pride or your negative outlook or your humility. And now it snowballs into a laundry list of things you ain't doing right. But that negativity and the Most High starting to look at you and scrutinize you more builds because you're scrutinizing the people around you. More.
Yep.
As your scrutiny about why I'm trying to compare apples to oranges and say this person's life ain't like me, now the Most like, okay, you want to be in comparison mode, then let me dig deeper into you.
Yep.
And let me sit back here and show you how you're not equal and you deserve even worse than what I'm giving you. Matter of fact, let me sit back and intensify your situation. And that's when you start losing things. Yep. The Most High is a man. And you know what that means? If you want to sit back here and challenge this man, what is a man going to do?
Intensify.
You're going to intensify your punishments because you're scrutinizing even more. This is what the Lord does to us. Now, it's all fair and just, but if we want to sit back here and get angry at what the Most High hasn't given us, think about what happened in the wilderness. We complain about not having meat. So He gave us so much meat, we got sick. Then we complain about wanting to go back to Egypt. He said, I'm not giving you that. And matter of fact, if you want to go back to Egypt, you're going to die out here in the wilderness. You see how He like one-ups our lack of appreciation with worser conditions?
He ups the ante.
Because you upped the ante first with your lack of appreciation. You don't want to appreciate? Okay. If you want to say my way isn't equal, then I'm gonna sit back here and reward you even less than what I intended to do. This check was only supposed to be temporary.
You know why? Because every setback in life, it is attributed by man as God being a not so good father.
Yes.
You're a bad. Everything we complain about, every complaint is saying that the Lord, you're not a good father.
You're a bad dad.
You're a bad dad. Look at what you gave me.
Yep.
Look at where you.
Look at the woman you gave me, Father.
Yeah. Look at
like
the woman
Adam
you gave
said.
Me. Look at my situation. Everything that we have in life that's troublesome or at a disadvantage or causes us a little bit of grief, it all points back to the Most High as being unjust. You're not a good God.
God.
And that's why He has to turn up on us so much. Because every complaint it's beyond just a complaint. It's bigger than just a complaint. if he gave us the good days commingled with the bad days, we're supposed to know, hey man, today was good because at least I'm still here.
Yep.
At least I'm still around. At least I'm still breathing. Man, I'm thankful. Even though I don't have what I necessarily want, I can see the good in what I do have.
This is why we teach so many countless classes about outlook. Because if you can't corral your outlook towards the Most High, if you can't corral your outlook towards your husband, towards your sisters, the Most High just ratchets up the punishments and the consequences. Because if you can't appreciate this, then I'm going to take more away.
Yeah.
Didn't the Most High say, pretty much, if you know how to handle the little things, He'll give you more. But if you don't handle the little things, He's going to take away more.
Yep.
For whatever you get on this side, you'll get on the other side. If you can't appreciate what I've given you, why do you deserve what you got? And I'm going to start chipping away at what you got. This is what the Most High did. He was like, I have a place of honey and milk and honey waiting for you. Then I'm not going to give it to you because you don't want it. And you ain't going to appreciate it. So I'm going to take that away from you. Yep. But I'm also not going to give you what you want in Egypt. You're going to live and die in the place you hate the most. And I'm not going to pull you out of the situation. Think about this. Think about the story behind it. People complained about their condition, and the reward for their complaints is I gave you more of that bad condition. I gave you that bad condition for the rest of your life. Yeah. That was the reward for not being appreciative.
Yeah, that's like when he says the day of prosperity, there's a forgetfulness of affliction, but in the day of affliction, there's a forgetfulness of prosperity. And then so when there's a forgetfulness of prosperity, we develop that Janet Jackson mind. What have you done for me lately?
Yeah.
You know, well, you ain't did this for me, God, so you ain't good. You ain't a good God because you ain't did this for me lately.
And you know the most I reward you with? More of the same.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you more of the same, and you're gonna keep getting bitter and bitter and bitter until you leave.
It's almost like we make the Most High, with each and every one of our complaints, constantly have to prove Himself to us.
That's the point. And the Most High does not negotiate with terrorists. He ain't giving you what you want. So you keep pouting and trying to hold breath till you blue in the face, then keep getting blue. You're going to keep being blue and pass out. I'm not giving you what you want. You're going to sit back here and be in a worse condition than what you once were because you're showing that you like even that much more appreciation for what I've given you.
So you need the bad days so you can classify the good days.
Yep. And you need the Most High wants to put you in the bad days to see, do you really love Him? Yep. Or, like Satan talked to the Most High about, he only loves you because you give him things. Take it away and see what he does. He's going to curse you to your face. That is the nature of man. The husband you chose is all cool until he made a choice you didn't like. Now all of a sudden you're not happy with life.
Yep.
You're not happy with your marriage. You're not happy with your marriage because he made a move you didn't like. So now all the good that was done is now nullified and thrown in the back seat because there was some moves I questioned. So that means the Most High like, so you don't appreciate the gift I sent you?
Yep.
Then I'm going to make this situation even worse. And I'm going to keep deteriorating it because you don't appreciate what you got. Because what we show is, if I don't get what I want out of this marriage, then I'm just going to destroy it. If we as men don't get what we want out of our marriage with Christ, we destroy it. What's the difference? If I'm not getting what I want out of the marriage, then I'm going to pout and not give my spirit to the Father, then the Most High will keep diminishing and taking things away from me and making my life even harder with less gains. That's how the Most High breaks you. Oh. You're unappreciative, then you're going to work 3 times harder and get less in return. Isn't that what he did to us when he took us out of power?
Yep.
You're going to work like a slave and get nothing back. Because when you could get return, you didn't do right with it. When you did get benefits, you didn't do right with it. So why would I give you benefits? So now we're in damn Jerusalem, and we're fighting tooth and nail and fighting and sweating and going crazy just to get religious sovereignty. That's all we're fighting for. We're losing that. Think about this. People are shedding blood just to sit back here and have freedom of religion. You ever hear old folks in the 60s, boy, you better vote. You better vote. People died so you could vote. Go ahead and do it. This is what your history is saying now. People died so you can choose to serve the Most High comfortably. Don't screw this up. Why is this a point? Because there was a point where serving the Most High was a burden. And it wasn't beneficial to serve the Most High. And to serve the Most High with gladness and joy from his heart. So he takes that away from us and makes us work super hard just to get the opportunity to go to the temple and sacrifice again.
In a verse on that, Isaiah chapter 28, verse 20. On that point, Isaiah chapter 28, verse 20. Because what the Most High has to do is up the ante. Since we want to complain, then I'm going to give you something to complain about.
God, this is the Most High's way.
So if you want to be ungrateful, then I'm going to triple the situation against your favor, so you can really complain. I'm going to give you a justifiable complaint, and it still won't be justifiable. Isaiah 28 and 20.
Isaiah chapter 28 and verse 20. For the bed is shorter than that a man can stretch himself on it.
So the Most High said, "Okay, you complain about your bed.
Now make this bed short.
I will give you a midget. You have a midget bed,
the baby bed. You ever like try to sleep with your kid out and his little car bed out? It's like, how do they do this? First of all, the mattress is garbage. Have you ever seen kid mattresses out?
It's like
they're the worst mattresses on earth. There's no spring to it. The mattress is weak. It's like my back is on fire trying to hang on my kid.
That's why when you buy it, it says for 40-pound limit. You know what I'm saying? Because it ain't made for nothing bigger than 40 pounds.
It is not made for over 40.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
But like you said, it's uncomfortable because
so your feet are touching the ground
your feet is hanging over. You know what I'm saying? You're in a midget bed. The Most High said, I got to
sleep on the floor.
I got a way to fix it. Then you got to answer for roaches. Then the Most High bring the critters.
Damn.
Because now you don't want to be on the floor.
I'll never forget it, brother. We was at the first B house / school act, and we were sleeping on wooden beds. Never forget it. And the problem was, we were all sleeping. There was no AC in the building, and I thought I was smart. I was an idiot. I bought one of those blow up beds. They're plastic though. When you're sleeping on a blow up plastic bed with no cover on it, and there's no AC, and it's 100 degrees outside. I'm slipping. I'm slipping on the damn night. Like this is not good. What's going on here? I'm sweating profusely, and I'm on the top bunk. Heat rises, so it's hotter up top. I'm sitting back here like this sucks. This sucks. This is like '96, bro. This is right after I graduated. I'm sweating like crazy. But the brother I came from Cali with, he was on the bottom bunk. And he got off that bottom bunk too. He was under the bunk. But the problem was, he was cooler than me, but he had little buggies crawling around, all around the damn on the floor,
Come on.
So I'm like, which one is a better situation? I said, I'm just gonna sleep up here and sweat, than be down there sweating and wrestling with flying brown creatures. You know what the hell I'm talking about,
Yeah.
Flying boys. Which one do you want? It was those, and it was those crickets that jumped. Those black crickets.
Beetles.
I don't know what the hell it is. Crickets, beetles. They were bouncing around like this on the floor, and roaches. So which one you want? Do you want cool? You want to die up top in this heat?
You can't.
With this sweaty mattress.
One you sleep half naked.
That's what I'm saying.
The other one you sleep with your mouth closed.
Yeah. But listen, he was an open mouth sleeper. Facts. All facts. He will not be named, but I remember those days. You know what I did? I just threw my damn mattress off. Just threw it off the damn thing and slept on pure wood. That's not fun either. But it was better than the other option.
You know, and then when you do finally get a bed, you appreciate that bed.
Exactly. Exactly. Those are facts. Those are damn facts.
And that's what the Most High has to do because we complain too much. Read that again.
Oh, my goodness. Remember those things.
For the bed is shorter than that a man can stretch himself on it.
So what does the Most High do when you complain too much? He makes sure your life is uncomfortable. He don't let you be comfortable because you complain too much. Because you don't appreciate what you got. So he makes sure that you live uncomfortable. Read on.
And the covering narrower than that he can wrap himself in it.
I mean, you're going to be cold, Either your feet are going to be cold.
Yep.
Or your body's gonna be cold.
When you try to cover your arms,
that's what I'm saying.
your feet stick out. And then you try to cover your feet, your chest stick out.
And there's no socks gonna fix it out.
Yeah.
This what you do. If it's that you put socks on to cover the cold at the bottom. No, it ain't gonna work.
It don't work.
Your feet are exposed or your fingers gonna be freezing. Which one do you want? Or you know what you do? They get all small, they ball up. They ball up like
Trying to
this.
get a fetal position.
No, bro. He's letting you know the solution is if I can't stay positive about my situation, then that's the only solution where the Most High starts to ease off on you. Appreciation, pure outlook. Then all of a sudden, your conditions become favorable. Listen, that analogy, I hope people can see. That was a great verse. I hope people can see this because this is an answer to a lot of Israel's problems. Why the Most High continues to just, it feels like this. It feels like this. And if you're doing things right, you feel a little give and a little receptiveness in your works. What you going to say?
Let me finish this verse.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Verse 22.
Verse 22.
Oh, it tells you.
Yep.
Now know therefore, Salaki, verse 22. Now therefore be ye not mockers.
And the Most High got this
Don't
life
be a
set up.
mocker, right?
For
That's why you're a mocker. That's listen.
That's why the
This
bed
is
short.
stupid.
Yeah.
This is the truth.
And that same, when you say this, that cover do it. The bed's doing this.
Yeah.
We couldn't find out the better than this.
This
the wisdom? This the wisdom?
Crazy.
The only thing you can find is a throw blanket. You know what I'm saying? You got a throw blanket, man. It's just supposed to,
Can't even get a real
It
blanket.
ain't a real blanket. It's like one of them gas station blankets.
That's whack, bro.
He said, be ye not what?
Now therefore be ye not mockers.
He said, because for the mockers, the ones that can't appreciate what they got, the Most High he got something set up for us. You complain, he makes the situation worse. Read on.
Lest your bands be made strong.
It says, and if you keep complaining,
Real.
he said the circumstances will become more difficult. He'll increase the strength of the discomfort.
Up the ante.
He'll up the ante, bro. Go ahead.
I'll give you something to cry about.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you something to cry about.
That's what.
Go ahead.
Oh, this whole chapter is a monster. Come on, keep going. I'm sorry.
For I have heard from the Most High of hosts a consumption, even determined upon the whole earth.
That consumption is the Most High keeps eating up what you have.
Man.
When you don't appreciate what you have, he keeps eating away at what you have, and what it affects is your comfort.
Yeah.
What it affects is your ability to be satisfied, since you can't take pleasure in what you already have, and that's how the Most High fixes us. This is how he fixes the mocker, or the complainer, or the unthankful, or the unappreciative. The Most High keeps fixing the situation where it keeps eating away at what you do possess already. You let that go.
Oh, please go. Keep
Okay,
going
go on.
further, man. Listen,
Can I put one thing?
I just want to finish this point. I mean, you got it, but I want to. There's more in this chapter. Continue.
Verse 23. Give ye ear and hear my voice. Hearken and hear my speech. Doth the plowman plow all day to sow?
The plowman works all day to reap a benefit on the back end. Okay, read on.
Doth he open and break the clods of his ground?
But in order to sit back and get something, you have to keep breaking this earth to loosen it up and turn the earth over so you can actually put seeds in and eventually sow.
You have to make the ground pliable.
Yes. Keep going.
When he hath made plain the face thereof, doth he not cast abroad the fitches?
Matter of fact, let it go. Let it go. This is not going where I was expecting it.
But this is still a good point, because when you read down on this, what he's saying is, if you don't get advice, when you cast forth the fitches and the barley and all this, he says, if you don't get advice on how to do it right, then it'll all be in vain anyway. That's ultimately what it's going down into, is that you have to have the knowledge of the Most High when you plant something, because if you don't use His knowledge, it's going to be in vain.
Yeah.
You're not going to build. It's not going to grow or reproduce and yield unless you learn from the Most High how to make it yield. And that's what he's going to continue with saying on that point.
But keep going with your point. The water.
No, beautiful. Colossians 3:15. This is the moral story.
This is the moral, huh?
The moral story. Yeah. I read it while I was studying yesterday. It popped in my head. I'm like,
That's how it works.
It'd be a good time to pull it out.
Colossians chapter 3 and verse 15.
And Isaiah 26 is a monster. God,
Amazing.
leave, bro.
28, 26.
I'm talking about the 26 that Shams Shawan.
28.
28?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm sorry. Colossians.
Colossians 3 and 15.
Colossians chapter 3 and verse 15. And let the peace of the Most High rule in your hearts.
You might as well let the peace rule versus the hate rule.
Or
And
the anger, yeah.
rule, and the depression rule. And the negative perspective rule. And the sadness rule. And the spirit of questioning every damn thing rule. And the scrutiny rule. You might as well let the peace rule.
Once again, why are we going back to this point? We brought this whole thing up because we explained the dynamic where it seemed like for all the good Judas and his men were doing, they're back out here on the road.
Another setback.
They're back out here in the mountains. They're back out here fighting for rations and survival scenarios. This is after they got blessed. They're back grinding. They're back starting back at square one, having to fight all the perimeter, exterior small battles to prep up for another big battle in Jerusalem. And we explain that how this setback psychologically can make a person think, man, they say, what am I doing this for? Why am I sitting back here and extending all of myself for these constant losses? And this is also based on a man that has seen the Most High come through for him. Because we've all seen the Most High come through for us. But even though he's come through for us, it's still psychologically challenging to keep taking these blows and not handle it properly after you get punched in the mouth. Even though you've seen the Most High come through a bunch of times. So you know he's real.
Yep.
But he keeps leaning on you like, damn, how long is it going to take for him to come through and take care of me? And I think we're looking at it wrong. It's not that he's not going to pull us out of this one. But I think overall we're upset that you're going to go into another battle.
It's a
and
constant.
then another one. And then he'll get you out of it. But there's another one after that.
It's the mentality of one battle after another.
And it's because remember when we used to joke about it.
Yeah.
Brothers sit back here, if I'm just going to fight this battle, everything's going to be okay after
Oh, of course.
That's not true. You're going to fight this battle, and if you do things the right way, you will gain the victory. But guess what?
The illusion of Christmas.
Well,
We're going to sit here and get out the pit, y'all.
we made the kingdom!
Go to war, and we're going to celebrate January 1st. We paid all our bills, got all the debts out the way, and we're going to get back on top.
But January 2nd's coming, and the bills are
You
back.
look up February 1st, you're in poverty again.
And it's even slower because January is a slow month.
Because you're dealing with these waves, these unexpected waves of you don't control the market.
And you don't eat syrup sandwiches because you want to.
Yeah.
You eat syrup sandwiches because you have to.
Yes.
I just like this maple
I just
sandwich.
love syrup sandwiches.
Have you ever had a maple sandwich?
Yeah. Grade A maple sandwich. Just straight out the toaster with
Straight out the toaster, right?
It was funny. One summer, I'm gonna say it's from April to May.
Yeah.
We had a great spring that year.
Yeah.
But the next year, the Spurs got out of the first round of the playoffs. They lost
How
in the
about
first
that?
round. So guess what? The money ain't right the next year.
How about when Tim Duncan missed the shot? It affected the Israelites. He like this.
When the man who did a turnover, all of a sudden the Jews had to suffer again. Huh? That happened a lot. Huh? So now there's nobody at River Center, right? There's nobody at River Center.
The military's not going to celebrate. Hey, let's have a good time.
Or how about the military had so many bad infractions at the Red Roof Inn behind River Center Mall that all of a sudden that affected the Jews' survivability. Listen, by tenfold.
Yeah, they were.
Remember when they weren't allowed? They used to come out after the first 2 weeks.
after basic training.
We were eating after the first 2 weeks. It was just nonstop. Every weekend. It was easy. They come in. Boom, 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 boom. The Lord is with us. And all of a sudden, the military stopped it. And they didn't let them get off base literally for months.
There are reports of people getting their backs hit with people are hitting men's backs with strong wood objects when they're inebriated with alcohol, because they
hazing,
because that creates a higher blood flow intensity because they're medical. So with that more blood flow, there are people that are being abused without them knowing. And these reports went up to the top. And the general said, "Listen, we're done with giving you guys."
Or they would have cell phone evidence of what they did on the weekend.
Yes.
And then,
That was a
then
major
the drill sergeants would find the evidence on their phones.
Yep.
And say, "Oh, you were smoking and drinking this weekend."
Yep.
Well, then now they shut the whole
operation.
The whole operation going.
That affected us.
Yeah, financially, that was a market we would tap into.
Yes, listen, we were
That
eating
hurts.
all the time.
When we lost those guys. We lost them.
It went from a G to 3, or from 3 to 1.
Because the funny thing is, then the Navy, they started shutting the Navy out.
Oh no,
Because the Navy stayed a little bit longer.
it was
They
never
took
the same.
them out.
How about it was never the same after that?
It was never.
It was
the same.
never.
That's why we're not in a
the
rush to
same.
go back to River Center. It's a waste of time. There's nothing there.
Yeah,
Some tourism is down.
yeah,
And then when tourism goes down on top of the military, you can forget it.
Yep.
yeah. But you're fighting to get. You're going to war, and you're putting in 18-hour days, 15-hour days, 14-hour days to get things productive because they have these crazy.
It was 11 hours.
Well, listen, but we had to get to school early as hell.
Oh, yeah, I'm
in
just
the
saying for a
series.
little bit of workout. So
The actual zone. I'm
Yeah.
talking. You gotta be prepared to go to war. You ain't go straight to the mall. They let you do that.
That's true. That's true.
But the point I'm trying to establish is that you think you're out the hole and you wake up and you're back in the desert.
And you're back in the desert.
Yeah.
And you're low on water.
Yeah. The
And then
reality
you have
comes
to
in.
make a decision. Am I going to accept a life of constant battling or no?
You're fighting this hard to get ahead, not to tread water. That's my point. It's like, can I read on the scripture?
Yeah.
It's like 15th verse.
Colossians chapter 3 and verse 15.
Huh? And
And let the peace of the Most High rule in your hearts.
you might as well just be at peace wherever the Most High, wherever He has you at. Regardless of what the cards are, you gotta find peace with it. You got a war to find peace in it. Read.
To the which also ye are called in one body.
Because if you're not gonna find peace with it, you're gonna be separated from your body or from your household. When people are finding peace in it, they'll stay in the fight. But when you can't find peace in it, here come other doors that open up, the distractions and seductions to pull you away from the body of Christ and pull you away from being a pillar for other people in Christ. To pull you away from your responsibilities and your labors.
Yep.
Read.
And be ye thankful.
And at the end of the day, no matter if you're in poverty or it's high tide, and everybody's buying polos. No matter what it is, you gotta be thankful on both sides of the coin.
Yep.
So even if he got a victory and the Most High sustained Judas Maccabees, and he's thankful, because we're back in the mountains, does that mean that we're not supposed to be thankful? Because the physical scenario changed? Now because the scenario, does the scenario dictate our thankfulness? Or should our spirituality dictate our thankfulness? What dictates our thankfulness?
It
is the
shouldn't
real
be
question.
conditions.
Con.
But if when the conditions, if and when the conditions change your outlook, then how can you be at peace and let the peace of God rule in your heart when you're angry about your situation? Then you don't appreciate peace. You don't appreciate peace when you have it because you're not a thankful person.
Yeah.
So you got to be thankful even to value peace.
Can I pull one verse?
Mm-hmm.
On this topic, let's go back to Revelation 6 and 6 because I was reading this chapter too. And it was kind of, read verse 5 and 6. We talked about earlier about the white horse and the red horse. The white horse was a righteous empire. It was at least supposed to be righteous until we screwed it up. The red horse is talking about the Greek Empire and the Romans who ruled from approximately 331 BC to 472 AD. Now we're going to read verse 5 in Revelation 6 to give us a little bit more clarity about this particular time. I'm pulling something out of this because it's an important concept. Read 5 and 6.
Revelation chapter 6 and verse 5. And when he had opened the third seal, I heard the third beast
The
say,
third seal is the third prophecy in period of time. Read on.
I heard the third beast say, Come and see. And I beheld, and lo, a black horse. And he that sat on him had a pair of balances in his hand.
So this period of time is referred to as the medieval period, the Dark Ages. And this period of time that was from 472 AD to 1453 AD was all about balances, fairness, honor, and living in life and pushing a life that was more predicated on serving Christ and the Most High than your own personal objectives. That was why balance was the symbol that was explained. Because just like when you're dealing with balance, it's talking about judgment, proper judgment. Okay, read on. And that was a realm, the medieval times, that Israelites were in charge of. Read on.
And I heard a voice in the midst of the four beasts say, a measure of wheat for a penny, and 3 measures of barley for a penny.
Now, I sat back here and I looked online about what was like a measure of penny. Well, what was a measure of wheat? Because a measure of wheat in Roman times was just enough for you to take care of yourself. A measure of wheat back in the day was exactly what you needed to get through the day. And they said it was for a penny.
Daily bread, technically?
It was daily bread.
Wow.
Now listen, think about a penny. Remember you read in Matthew 20, I think it's 20, about you had to work a whole day and you earned a what?
Penny.
Wow.
So he's saying the conditions that our people lived in this medieval times, you were given just enough to sustain yourself. Read on.
And see thou heard...
No. A measure of wheat for a penny.
Salaki. A measure of wheat for a penny, and 3 measures of barley for a penny.
So what are you saying? For your day's work, you have enough grain and food to sustain yourself.
Isn't barley
And he said, this was the time period where the balances, where the nation was about balance. And the way the kingdom was established was about balance. And the balance was you put a day's work in and you come back with enough to sustain yourself. And that was fair. Read on.
Wasn't no extras.
Thank you. Read on.
And see thou hurt not the oil and the wine.
What's the oil? When you sit back and read up oil and look up oil, this is talking about olive oil. It says it literally in the definition. So the olive oil represents who? Israel. It says don't hurt the olive oil. You think the Most High was given this realm the order not to hurt some literal oil? He says don't hurt the oil and what?
And the wine.
The wine is talking about the vineyard. And the vineyard is talking about Israel. So he says during this period of time, Israel was going to be protected. And during this time, Israel was going to they will have to work hard and come home with enough to sustain themselves. Why is that such an important understanding moving forward? Because how the Most High views him taking care of his children is way different than what we view how we think we should be taken care of. And if we understand how the Most High looks at, now he says, do not harm the Jews. Do not harm the oil and the wine. But the way the Most High doesn't harm us, you're not going to die. You're not going to be in slavery. But you're going to be in a situation where you work hard and you bring home enough to sustain yourself and your family. The end. And can we accept? If we can accept that was the Most High's, the bare minimum he could do for us, then why are we tripping? Because we trip about not getting additional stuff than that. Because every one of us gets this. Right or wrong? Every one of us gets this now. The oil and wine ain't touched. And whatever you bring in, you have enough to sustain you. Every one of us are living that. So why are we mad? Because what we expect we deserve is greater than what the Most High expects or chose for us to have at this particular time. If we kept that in mind, half of our complaints would cease. Because this is what Judas Maccabees and his men, they were taken care of. They had enough to sustain themselves. So there'll be nothing for them to complain about either. If we kept this in perspective, we could mitigate and control our commitment with our thinking that our conditions aren't right. And it will kill that spirit saying the Most High is not equal. So this is why when the Most High sees us complaining, he's like, I don't even have you this bad. Where Israel was living for 1,000 years under these conditions. Most High don't have us this bad, does he?
Nope.
It ain't this bad. And we're still complaining. This is why the Most High ratchets up the harder conditions.
Let's up the ante.
Now you're going to work harder for longer hours.
Inflation.
You might have to work multiple jobs. I'm going to tighten it up for you. Because you can't realize what I allowed Israel to go through many years ago. And I was okay with those conditions with the Jews in medieval times. Now we're tripping when you have more than what your forefathers had in the past. But you want to have lip and complain? Then let me make things harder on you.
A lot of times we throw away food. Man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We throw away.
These dudes will sit there, they will kill you if you sit back here and take that man's wheat from him. That's all he had.
Not me.
Wheat. That's why I always say, meat's a delicacy, Jake wasn't eating meat every damn day long,
It wasn't barbecue.
The haves had meat. You was living on bread, G. You was on bread, some wheat. That was it, bro.
Barley's like rice.
You was on what restaurants call an appetizer.
Yeah.
Because they bring out the bread and the oil.
At the steakhouse?
Yeah, they bring the bread and the oil out so you can dip that a little bit.
This is
that was dinner, my G.
That was an appetizer. That ain't the full course.
Dinner.
That's dinner, bro.
Ain't no meat menu.
There's enough energy for you. You got some bread in you, bro.
Did you dip that bread in that oil?
You bet. That's it. You might have enough oil.
Yeah.
Why is that such an important
That's
understanding? Real. He gives you just enough. And that was a fair, balanced kingdom.
Because there's something in us that expects more. And I want to get that. Ecclesiastes 11 and 18. Ecclesiastes in the Apocrypha, chapter 11, verse 18.
Israel never wants to hear that angle.
I'll teach that one. I'm walking out this class.
I'm out of this. I don't want any part of this.
Turn off the TV. Because that's a real... You're telling me I got to be content with things that I think are unjust.
That's my point. If you don't psychologically start looking at things the way the Most High's lens is, you're never going to get over your disappointments and your expectations.
Nope.
Facts.
You got it.
Read that.
Ecclesiastes chapter 11 and verse 18. There is that waxeth rich by his wariness.
So some people will stress themselves out to get above par.
Yep.
Some people will pinch pennies, and they'll take them pennies and collect them, and they'll eat less.
Yep.
And they'll put themselves on a stricter diet and become less of a consumer so that they can have extra. Read on.
There is that waxeth rich by his weariness and pinching.
It says by his weariness and pinching. Read on.
And this is the portion of his reward.
And whatever you accumulated out of denying yourself, that's the benefit of your reward. Read on.
Whereas he saith,
but is this the correct mind frame? Read on.
I have found rest, and now will eat continually of my good.
But I'm doing it so that I can do what? I can rest. See, the purpose of me trying to pinch pennies and live off of less means and isolate myself and deny myself is so that I can stack up for the future, because it's still a way to get out of the rat race.
Yep.
I'm still trying to configure myself to get out of the fact that I got to have faith on a daily basis. I'm still trying to control the narrative so I don't have to live like this. And I don't think it's a bad thing that if I deny myself these certain pleasures, why can't I reap the benefit on the back end? Mm-hmm. Read on.
I have found rest, and now will eat continually of my goods.
So I've lived on less, I've denied myself, Now I have something to stack up for the future. Well, I don't have to be under the presence of danger and poverty and strain of living. I want to take that off my head. Read on.
And yet he knoweth not.
It says, but is that the right mind frame? It says, and yet he don't know something. Read on.
What time shall come upon him,
Read on.
and that he must leave those things to others and die.
So is that still the correct mind frame for me to stack up instead of living off of daily bread and have to be appreciative for what the Most High does for me every day? So I'm trying to break that matrix, and I'm just going to put money aside so I don't have to live off faith. So I don't have to live under strain. So I don't have to live off the fact that I get my daily bread today. Then I'm going to be happy. So when I try to break that narrative and have extra, the Most High said that's not the right mentality to have either, because you don't know when your time is up. That the plug might be pulled on you where you don't see the benefit of those things that you set aside, that you pinched so hard to set up for the future generation or for a later time. So nobody's able to escape. The point is, I'm not allowed to escape off the fact that I got to be appreciative for that penny, which buys me that daily amount of rations for that day. I can't escape it.
That penny is a real thing, bro.
The pennies, people work for the penny.
So what he's saying is, you got to work hard. This isn't about not working less hard now.
Right.
Because all I'm gonna get a goddamn penny, I might as well just coast in.
Right.
That's not what he's saying either. Work hard, appreciate what the Most High gives you, and I don't have the verse off the top of my head where the scripture says, just let the Most High promote you. Let somebody else call you out and say, you're doing a good job, I'm gonna offer you something else. Why is that so important? Stop forcing the course of the river and allow the Most High to promote you once you've done your job to the Most High's satisfaction.
And that's why he says in the next verse, you don't have to read it, but he says, be steadfast and wax old and not work.
And not work, exactly.
And because what you're doing is, you're not trying to escape the work. You're not trying to get around the work.
A lot of people try to quit jobs and jump this because they want to control.
Right.
Okay, I'm working too hard. I feel like I'm being exploited. No, you're not. The Most High got you there. And the Most High got your boss looking at you like a dirtbag because you're a dirtbag in the spirit. How about that? How many times I've heard, oh yeah, this boss was picking on me. Well, you know what? Maybe they were. Didn't Proverbs 21 say that the Most High is in control of the king's heart?
Yeah.
Didn't the Most High say that? So if the Most High is in control of the king's heart, he's not in control of the boss's heart. So if the boss is looking at you crazy, that the Most High is having that boss look at you crazy, and it might not be because of your work at the job. Maybe the boss looking at you crazy as a punishment for your negativity and your lack of appreciation in your life. So then he ramps up the boss looking at you jacked up. Then you got to lose jobs because of your outlook. Then he makes your life harder, having to catch up and do things you normally wouldn't do to survive, so that you can learn to appreciate what you once had. And once you appreciate what you once had, then the Most High will sit back and bring another opportunity for you, maybe less strenuous and grueling of a job, as a reward for your obedience and your condition that you put yourself in. Is everybody clear on that? Listen, rewind the last 30 minutes because it was hitting. For all of us who deal with lack of appreciation and anger about our conditions, rewind that.
I'm so sad.
But we're not going to, because the next verse in 1 Maccabees 7 deals with Nicanor, and we'll deal with that next week. Okay? With that, we're going to sit back and send our prayer. Imagine we'll put you on your Rashalom.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Go back over there and check out that spot.
Mm-hmm. See what he did.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully they're still going. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh.
In the name of Yahweh.
Please list to us right now.
Please list us right now.
Send Michael. And the righteous angels. To watch over. Bless. Heal. Protect. And make strong. The people of Yasharallah. also send unto us
Also send unto us
much wisdom,
much wisdom,
much knowledge,
much knowledge,
much understanding,
much understanding,
much patience,
much patience,
much faith,
much faith,
much brotherhood,
much brotherhood,
and much love,
and much love,
spiritual power,
spiritual power,
and forgive all of our sins.
and forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh shall come quickly,
Yahweh shall come quickly,
for in thee
for in thee
is our hope,
is our hope,
always,
always,
and forever.
and forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai,
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai,
Hahawa'ah, Nathanawa, Hathawarah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai,
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai,
Hahawa'ah, Nathanawa, Awar,
Lawa'ah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai,
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai,
Hahawa'ah, Nathanawa, Ha'ayah, Kwara, La Kwara, Ha'ayim.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai,
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai,
Hahawa'ah, Nathanawa, Shaman, Zayat, Lamashak, Yasharallah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord,
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord,
and to sing praise unto thy name,
and to sing praises unto thy name,
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning,
to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning,
and thy faithfulness every night,
and thy faithfulness every night,
upon an instrument of 10 strings,
upon an instrument of 10 strings,
and upon the psaltery,
and upon the psaltery,
upon the harp,
upon the harp,
with the solemn sound.
with the solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh,
For thou, Yahweh,
hast made me glad through thy work.
has made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph,
I will triumph
in the works of thy hand.
in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
how great are thy works,
how great are thy works,
and thy thoughts are very deep.
and thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not,
A brutish man knoweth not,
neither doth the fool understand this.
neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass,
When the wicked springeth the grass,
and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish,
and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish,
it is that they should be destroyed forever.
it is that they should be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh,
But thou, Yahweh,
art most high forevermore.
art most high forevermore.
For lo, thy enemies,
For lo, thine enemies,
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
for lo, thy enemies,
for lo, thine enemies
shall perish.
shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity
All the workers of iniquity
shall be scattered.
shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt,
But my horn shall thou exalt,
like the horn of a unicorn.
like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire,
My desire
on my enemies.
on mine enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire,
My desire
of the wicked,
of the wicked
that rise up against me.
that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing,
They shall be fat and flourishing,
to show that the Lord is upright.
to show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock,
He is my rock,
and there is no unrighteousness in him.
and there is no unrighteousness in him.
B'Hashem Yahushai.
By Hashem Yahushai.
Psalms 133. Shayar,
Shayar,
Hama'awa,
Hama'awa,
Raduad,
Raduad,
Hana,
Hana,
Ma, Sawab,
Sawab,
Wama,
Wama,
Na'ayam,
Na'ayam,
Shabbat,
Shabbat,
Akim,
Akim,
Gam,
Gam,
Yachad,
Yachad,
Kashaman,
Kashaman,
Hatawab,
Hatawab,
Ayo,
Ayo,
Hara'ash,
Hara'ash,
Yerad,
Yerad,
Ayo,
Ayo,
Hazakwan,
Hazakwan,
Zakwan,
Zakwan,
Aharan,
Aharan,
Shayarad,
Shayarad,
Ayo,
Ayo,
Payah,
Payah,
Madawaf Yawab,
Madawafiwa,
Katal,
Katal,
Karamwan,
Karamwan,
Shayarad,
Shayarad,
Ayo,
Ayo,
Hararia,
Hararia,
Tazayawan,
Tazayawan,
Kaya,
Kaya,
Sham,
Sham,
Tazawah,
Tazawah,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Habaraka,
Habaraka,
Kayayim,
Kayayim,
I, Harvalam,
Harvalam,
B'Hashem Yahushai.
By Hashem Yahushai. Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh
Ba'Shem
Yahushai.
Rakanawa.
Washwali. Wabiat. Support. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Rakanawa. Washwali. Wabiat. Support. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Rakanawa. Washwali. Wabiat. Support. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Rakanawa. Washwali. Wabiat. Support. Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahushai. Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahushai. All knowledge. All wisdom. All understanding. All love. All mercy. All patience. All power from Yahweh. All power from Yahweh. All power from Yahweh. Ba'Shem Yahushai. The water. Amyat. Aman. You got it.
Saluting out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Yahushai, we'll call Yasharallah, Ben Israel, Martin, Rock.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Kum Yasharallah. Kum Yasharallah. Kum Yasharallah. Stop. To the sisters, please stand. The bottom of Shabbat. Saluting out to daughters of Zion, Ben Israel, Martin, Rock.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Yes, Matap. Dismiss. Full up. To all the Israel for tuning in. See y'all on Monday. Shabbat Shalom.
Baby.